The Senate Committee on Finance come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Huffman.
I'm here.
Hinojosa.
Present.
Alvarado. Bittencourt.
He's here. Not paying attention. Not paying
Campbell. Creighton. Flores. Hall. Colcourse. Nichols.
I'm here.
Paxton. Perry. Schwartner. West. Zaffarini. A quorum is present.
Okay, a quorum is present. Members, today we will continue our journey through the state budget. Today we're on Article 1, General Government. We are going to start with the Secretary of State's office with our dear friend, the Secretary of State, Jane Nelson, gracing us with her presence. So happy to have you here, Madam Secretary. And but we'll start with the LBB. George Purcell, if you could give us your presentation. Oh, microphones. Ta-da.
Good morning. My name is George Purcell. I'll be presenting the recommendations for the Secretary of State this morning. The first page of your presentation presents a high-level overview of the agency. Overall, recommendations would reduce the appropriation for the agency by approximately $40.3 million in all funds. Turning to page 2. There are two major funding reductions in this recommendation. Item A removes funding for the Federal Help America Vote Act and replaces a portion of those funds with general revenue for county election security audits and the operation of the agency's election management system. Item B removes one-time funding for the replacement of the agency's business transaction system. Items C and D relate to a modification to the agency's base request. If you'll turn with me to page 4. Item 1 discusses the change in the agency's base request. In brief, the agency reallocated $3.1 million from primary funding into indirect administration and requested as an exceptional item $2.1 million for primary funding. These recommendations remove that reallocation and fully fund primaries for a net decrease of $953,000 in general revenue for the biennium. Item 2 is an informational item concerning HAVA funding. Note here that the fund balance has been increasing over the last 2 years due to interest, and no additional federal funds are anticipated. Turning to page 5. Item 3 relates to the old Eric Rider for interstate crosscheck. The agency indicates it is pursuing different options for this statutory responsibility. Recommendations delete the rider, but do not reduce the appropriation for the agency. Turning to page 6. I want to draw your attention to Rider 7. Recommendations add language to this rider, directing the agency to draw down Fund 5095 funds first, and that's related to the growing HAVA balance I discussed earlier. Finally, on page 7 and 8 are the agency's exceptional items. There's been a modification since we went to print, and so the total request has been reduced to $34.2 million, but maintaining 25 FTEs. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, do we have any I don't see any questions from the LBB, so Madam Secretary, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members. I am Jane Nelson, your Secretary of State, and I want to begin by thanking you. I want to thank you for your service, and I want to thank you for all the hard work you're doing. I know better than most people sitting out here how hard you all are working, and truly we are grateful for the work that you're doing, truly. The last time that I was sitting over here on this side of the dais, I had just been sworn in, and I was still learning about this role. During the last 2 years, I have gained a much better understanding about this role, about our agency, about its functions, and about our needs. Of course, when you think about the Secretary of State's office, you think about elections, and rightly so. I mean, our number one mission is to ensure free and fair elections. And I want to thank the chairwoman and her counterpart over in the House for the election-related items that were funded in the base bill. We hold ourselves to the highest standard when it comes to election security and integrity, and these resources will help us tremendously as we prepare for future elections. So thank you for that. We are also responsible for processing business filings, and people don't think about that so much when they think about the Secretary of State's office, but it makes us the starting point for prospective business owners when seeking to do business in Texas. We also handle notaries and other government filings, including management of the Texas Register. You all are familiar with the Texas Register. It's the vehicle by which the public becomes aware of proposed agency rules and public meetings. You know, the Register began its 50th year of publication this month. And we are the state's front door in matters relating to international protocol and border affairs. The entire world wants to do business with Texas. And so my office stays very busy welcoming international delegates, international delegations interested in forging relationships with our state. As I've gotten to know our nearly 300 employees, I can attest that the true wealth of our agency is with its people. Our employees are loyal, hardworking public servants, many of whom have been with this agency for decades. With new secretaries of states every 2 years for the past 10 years, however, long-term planning has been a challenge with this agency. During the interim, we updated our strategic plan. We worked with all of our divisions to identify ways that the agency could better serve the people of Texas. Senator Paxton? The number one answer to that is more people, and that's reflected, as you see, in exceptional item number 2, keep Texas competitive. Our governor says all the time, he wants government to move at the speed of business. So do I. However, our staffing levels have remained flat while our workload has increased exponentially, including phone calls and emails and web transactions and actual document filings. Our business filings division has over 12 million interactions with the business community every year. 12 million. That's nearly doubled over the last 10 years. Now, you all know me, and you know I'm a penny pincher. And I sat down with every single division and went over all of their budget requests. And I cut them in half before this LAR was even presented to you. We went over all of their wants. And the LAR that you see is not their wants, it's their needs. In fact, our total request that you're seeing is less than the entire amount that was appropriated to the agency last session. Hello, Senator Colcourse.
With a broken nose.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to ask. I'm not asking. What you see, including the exceptional items, is this agency's needs. We truly need this additional staff, and thanks to the chairwoman who funded the request to renovate the Rudder Building in the base bill, we will have the workspace necessary to accommodate them. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the deputy to highlight the remaining exceptional items, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have. And it is really good to see you all, and I truly do appreciate all the work you're doing. Thank you, and happy birthday, Senator Flores.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee, I'm Dave No Relation Nelson, Deputy Secretary of State. Our agency submitted 4 exceptional items. Exceptional item 1, strengthen election security and integrity, was mostly funded in the base budget, which we greatly appreciate. In exceptional item 1, we are still seeking resources for 5 additional FTEs, 2 cybersecurity officers and 3 elections workers. In exceptional item 2, Keep Texas Competitive, we've grouped our request into 3 subcategories. 2A seeks 10 frontline workers, including attorneys and document examiners, to improve processing times in business and government filings divisions. 2B seeks 10 FTEs to fill gaps in expertise and add professional support staff. In 2C, we are seeking funds for a new website. Our current site is a major pain point for the agency. It's housed on the same HTML platform it was built on in 2002. It's difficult to navigate. It has to be coded manually. When visitors can't find what they need on their website, they call our office and often end up waiting for a live person to talk to. Not only does this frustrate the caller, it adds to the workload of our staff. This website often represents the public's first interaction with us, and in many cases, a business person's first experience with the state of Texas. A new website will help us improve the user experience and make it easier for customers to navigate our services. It will also alleviate the burden on our call center and reduce workload of our staff. Exceptional item 3 requests $6.9 million to digitize and preserve records that currently occupy entire wings of our building. Our closets, hallways, and basements are filled with filing cabinets, paper records, storage boxes, and microfiche machines. If we can digitize these records properly, we can make room for much-needed workspace. As our agency continues to staff up, we are beginning to outgrow our facility on 11th Street, the Rudder Building, and I want to echo the Secretary's gratitude for including its renovation in the Facility Commission's bill pattern in the base budget. Our employees are thrilled. They are very proud of the history of that building. The James Earl Rudder State Office Building was built in 1918, making it the first state office building outside the Capitol grounds. It's on the National Register of Historic Places, and it's named after the famous Texan who led his troop of Army Rangers up the cliffs of Pointe du Hoc during the D-Day invasion in World War II. Our building's last major renovation occurred in the 1980s, before there was an internet. Funding is sorely needed to bring the Rudder up to the standards of a modern-day office building. It will allow us to maximize our space, provide a secure entrance for our employees, and help us better serve the lines of walk-in customers in our lobby. Exceptional item 4 requests $8.2 million for several IT items, including a dashboard, which will give us visibility into our data, allowing us to better track business activity in real time and quickly identify areas where we are falling behind. A redaction tool for personally identifiable information. Our agency collects an enormous amount of data, sensitive data, and this tool will help us better protect the privacy of our customers. And various cybersecurity products to stay ahead of the ever-evolving threat environment. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chairman, can I use 2 seconds to add something to that, please? I want to add that the namesake of that Rudder building, Major General Rudder, served as our land commissioner and president of Texas A&M, and he made at that time what was considered a very controversial decision, and that was to allow women into the university. And I sent to you all, when we celebrated the 80th anniversary of the D-Day landing, I sent a commemorative bookmark to your office, and we've got some of those left over. So if I could ask the clerk maybe to pass those out to remind you all. If you've never set foot in that building, and I have to be honest with you, when I served in the Senate, I didn't even know it was over there. It is a beautiful, beautiful, thank you, beautiful building, but it's fallen apart. And if we don't preserve it, it will be lost. And it's just a beautiful building that honors a very, very important man in our Texas history. So there's a little bookmark for you all. And thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator Nelson. There's a couple of questions before I move on. I wanted to ask you, so I think we did in the base about $43 million for the Rutgers building, but my understanding is as usual, the facilities, you know the drill.
Yes.
The Facilities Commission is saying, oh, wait, it may be a little bit more than that. Mm-hmm. So we will work with you. It's just if you could try to, you know how it is, if you could try to put the pressure on, and so we have a real number. You know, when you as much as anyone knows how it works, as we get moving along this process, we want to make sure you get what you need, because it just delays it another 2 years if you don't have what you need.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chairman. We will work with you, and I know, sometimes we have money and sometimes we don't have money, and right now I can think of no better use of money than to preserve
Right.
that building. It is falling, I mean, something's going to have to be done, and at some point, this agency's either going to have to move somewhere else or preserve and restore that building, and it, I think, will be much less expensive to restore that building right now, and it's a treasure, it's a gem. So, yes, we will, and they did, I don't, yes.
And it's right across the street from the Capitol. It has a lot of
Yes.
presence, and it's important, as you said.
yes.
And we are making these one-time infrastructure investments that will, support.
I will add this, too. We house very important documents and election material there that, right now, the security of that building needs to be addressed, which we would do in the renovation process.
And so you'll know, we're also doing a whole Capitol complex security review. DPS is going to take over all the security for all the buildings. Your building would be included. We're giving them 500 new troopers. Part of those troopers will be used for the Capitol complex security plan.
Yes.
That's new, and it's kind of working through the budget process. It's not a bill.
boy.
But you'll see it as the budget comes out, how it develops.
Very wise, very wise. And as you know, the Rudder building wasn't even our budget. But it's very important to what we do. So
Yes.
thank you so much for addressing that, and we absolutely will work with them to make sure they get the numbers right.
Okay.
Thank you.
And let's see, Senator Schwartner, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to recognize the master class of presenting in front of the Finance Committee that you just gave. I hope anybody that wants to come before this committee looks at this video about how to present information in a concise and appropriate manner, and one that gets the message across. So thank you, Madam Chair, as well, for your presentation, Madam Secretary. Regarding the Business Filings Division, I'm glad you highlighted that. As Chair of B&C, it's so important that whole division runs efficiently. And I know the Secretary of State and in your office is, people think about elections, but the Business Filings Division is, in my opinion, as important, because we got to keep Texas moving, and I thank you for your work on that. So I know y'all had some increased funding for staff, or to maintain the staff.
Exceptional item, too.
It is, okay.
Yes.
So it's something I'll be looking at as well. So
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if I might, Madam Chairman.
Sure, go ahead.
In response to Senator Schwartner's remarks, we in Texas, as you all well know, population has increased a lot in the last 10 years. Let me share with you, Senator Schwartner, in the last 10-year period, we have seen an 80% increase in business activity over there. 80%. We've seen a 7% increase in staff. So, we went from 110 to 118 FTEs. Yeah, come on. I mean, I've been a business person. You can't keep up with that. And I have to have that additional staff. I told you, I went through, I did y'all's work for you, slicing through the requests that they made before I even turned it into you. What I turned into you, we have to have this. There is no question. That exceptional item for this staff, I can't keep. They're working nights, they're working weekends. I'm not going to tolerate the businesses sitting around waiting for approval. We're begging them, we're welcoming them. They're not going to wait. I'm not going to make them wait. We've got unbelievable staff over there working, but I've got to have more staff. And we have to have a place to put them. So give me those two things and I can make it work. But I'm not going to come to you all and ask you for anything we don't need. I have to have these numbers. Have to. Thank you, Senator, for bringing that up. I didn't ask him to bring that up, by the way.
Senator Nichols.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Welcome. I know everybody
Thank
told
you.
you welcome. I want to make sure I did as well. I was going through some of these notes. Well, by the way, Woodrow Wilson was president when that building, 1918. Just
I think I dated him.
Hey-o. Early in that LBB thing, there was a the interstate cross-check, I think this has to do with voter registrations. It says it was deleted. Do we still do interstate cross-checks to make sure people aren't registered in multiple states?
If I might, I would love to have our elections director address that because it leads into a broader question that I would love to have her address because I think somebody's probably going to ask it anyway. So our elections director, who, as I introduce her, I've got to brag on her. We just went through an incredible elections, and they were stupendous. I'm very proud of our elections division, headed up by this young woman. So identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. And yes, Senator, my name is Christina Adkins. I'm the Director of Elections for the Texas Secretary of State. And in answer to your question, sir, yes, we are still continuing to do what we refer to as cross-check or voter registration list maintenance activities.
So what was it? What was it we deleted, and why did we delete it?
My understanding, sir, is that that amount was rolled actually into our base budget, and so it's no longer a standalone funding item, but
So
we still
we
have,
still
we're
do it,
maintaining
so
the
it's-
funding for
it's
it.
a
Yes, sir.
function, It's just,
Yes,
we're
sir.
in the lines, okay, it's in a different place. I know I had trouble in my own district with, I had some of my constituents would come and complain they were having trouble getting their driver's license approved or something. And so it didn't make sense, so I started kind of checking with like DPS and found out that, well, these people still registered to vote, and I'm not picking on Oklahoma, but it was Oklahoma. And they basically were trying to vote in both places. And you've got to pick one or the other. So I'm glad we're still doing the cross-check. I don't know how accurate those are, but,
Senator Nichols, were you on hold when you called the driver's license
Well-
office? How long did it take for them to answer the call?
I think I'll buy. But speaking of on hold, so y'all do have a call center. How long does it take for somebody to pick up the phone? Do you do a time? How many calls per month? What's the wait time?
For elections?
Just if I call the Secretary of State's office and it starts ringing, how long does it before somebody answers?
Less than 3 minutes.
Y'all considered the
No.
driver's license
We-
office?
We considered it very briefly. Senator, we'll do whatever you ask of us.
We're looking for a home for the driver's
If the money follows.
Anyway, I couldn't. I had to say that.
No, thank you, but no, thank you.
One of the things you talked about 2 years ago, and you talked about a while ago, were all the records and all those file
Yes.
cabinets and microfiches. And for the
Yes.
kids in the room, microfiches were high tech at the time.
Yes.
In a galaxy long ago and far away, Robert.
So with the progress we're making, how many years will it take us to get through the digitization, if I said it correctly?
Well, first of all, Senator, I told you 2 years ago that I went down in that basement and it is filled front to back, side to side with file cabinets full of files. And there were desks with, I mean, it's like a Twilight Zone movie because the desk has those microfiche, conversion that somebody just walked away from. And it's still sitting down there. And the cost of converting all that stuff goes up and up and up. And sometime it's got to be done. Now, I called and said, okay, what can we just take all this stuff and box it up and store it someplace? And they say, no, you can't do that because we actually have to go down there and find stuff sometime. We have to digitalize that stuff.
Have we not started?
No, you didn't give us the money, Senator.
Oh, I thought we put something in there last.
Hey,
Not a bunch of money, she was thinking.
No. And it's in this budget.
we
It's
put
an
something
exceptional,
in
what
there this
what
budget?
exceptional item is it? Where is that?
Okay. Based on the amount of money that you have requested, how long would it take to
Exceptional
get
item
through it?
what?
So,
Let me-
sorry, it's exceptional item 3, and the number represents the bid from TSLAC on what it would take to digitize everything. We've been working for the last year to identify everything that we have. It's all boxed up and ready to go, and so we can get this done in a matter of months, if not weeks.
Oh, in less than a year?
Yeah,
With the funding?
for sure.
Oh, okay.
Note the term with the funding. But here's the thing, two things that needs to be done. And it's the cost is going to continue to increase. I could use that space. I could use the space. And the cost is just going to continue to go up and up and up. And you have the money right now to do that. That is one of our exceptional item requests.
All right, thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you for answering.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Secretary, I submit that your basement would be the great place to shoot the ending of Indiana Jones, okay?
You need to come and look.
Raiders of the
It's,
Lost
no, Halloween 3 or
Yeah, well,
something. It's
actually,
spooky
Halloween,
looking.
right.
Yeah.
It could be a great horror flick, too. as
Yes.
well. You have some software that is programmed, I guess maybe in Sanskrit versus COBOL, but you have some very old.
The HTML3, what the website's designed on, what is that? What HTML, here's my IT guy. We have a website, Senator,
It's HTML, that's good.
HTML2, that was
Been working
designed in
for several
2000.
decades, right?
It's sad.
Is this the
It's-
interface with the public on,
Yeah,
okay.
that's an exceptional item. Where is that? That's an exceptional item request, too.
Okay, if I can add to what Senator Nichols was actually trying to add to this, that site really needs an upgrade.
Oh,
because, look,
I mean, half the people in this room weren't even born yet when this was designed. Okay,
spoken from somebody that dated Woodrow Wilson, I would, no.
yes, okay,
Now-
okay, don't tell my husband.
Yeah,
No, Senator, this is our website, and you know how important in today, the business sector, people go online now. If they want to start a business, the first thing they do is go online. How do you start a business? Our website, where is that? Okay, here.
how much?
2002, it was created. The site is on an HTML platform that was created in 2002. Everything's done manually. It is Senator Hall. Wait, he didn't have to sit there, isn't he, on this committee? Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
So
He's talking to his staff.
This website is horrible. It's difficult to navigate. It needs to be redesigned. We went out for bid. It is pathetic.
Do we have an exceptional item?
Yes.
Okay, can I
Yes.
ask how much?
6
And, no,
6
that's
million.
where I'm headed.
6 million.
6 million.
What's that?
6 million.
Okay, now, to Senator Nichols' point, on a serious basis, the public really only deals with state government, the law-abiding public, let's put it that way, unless they're in Health and Human, really in two places, when they start a business and when they get a driver's license.
Yeah.
Now, I see a unique opportunity to combine the business efficiencies with the driver's license efficiencies.
I miss you, Senator.
I know.
Beck.
That's right. But I do want to say I would strongly support getting that old HTML website. Look, in the this far, we're almost a quarter of the way through the 21st century.
Yeah.
And really, when we adopted that HTML website, it had already been in existence, that technology, for
It's
several decades.
embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. I agree.
Yep.
If you want to be the business mecca of the United States, we should be looking at trying to have a better website for people to register a business, because so many people that have an idea, they register and they start small, they hit it big, but the first place they'll always remember that we're in the 20th century or less is this site. Now,
I will add that we have one webmaster to handle all that too. And that's in one of our, I think we asked for one more person to help with all that. And I just have to tell you, I spend so much of my time, we really are, think of us as a nation, and this isn't just fibbing, y'all. If we were a nation, we're bumping from 8 to 7 now.
Oh, I agree.
7th in the world, y'all.
Right.
There are people, I didn't expect this. I knew elections. I thought I was going to be doing all elections. The governor calls me his ambassador. People are constantly at my door from other countries, from other states. Businesses constantly, they want to do business. Senator Schwertner, businesses are They want to come here. They want to do business here. And it's not all, we read in the news about all the big businesses. These are little businesses too. We got to help them. We have to help them.
Madam Secretary, in
yes.
one word, yes, Texas is now huge, like very huge.
It is
okay?
very- yeah, you
and
do
we
it
need
very
a
well.
huge website, in my opinion. Now,
We've got to help them.
on a serious comment, could you get your efficient elections division head back up? She's approaching the bench as we speak.
Elections.
Yes, election.
Yes.
My favorite county to discuss, of course,
Yes.
Harris County.
Yes.
And it is the only county in the state that has Secretary of State of Oversight. But I believe the current record is you have 0 complaints at this point, or do you actually have 1 or 2? I'm curious.
We have started to receive complaints now for the 2024 November election. They have been rolling in over the last few weeks.
Okay.
And so our team is diligently reviewing that. Some of the complaints have quite a bit of data associated with it. And so we are in the review process and should have some responses to those very quickly.
Right now, I'm guessing that this is probably voter registration related from what I see, but is that something, can you comment on at least?
So
Are we looking in front of the camera or behind the camera?
So unfortunately, sir, I am not permitted to comment on any kind of outcomes
You know,
regarding our
nothing,
complaints or.
right, okay, very good, all right. I do want to say that it's
there, yeah.
very important that this work, okay? Because the trust in elections in Harris County had been shattered to the point where people didn't believe the results, they didn't believe the effort was genuine. There's at least one person that actually took an indictment, okay, that may or may not have been responsible for basically understaffing under papering the polls with the needed amount of ballot paper. And the fact that we have an open system now, and quite frankly, I will say this, and I said it publicly, Senator Alvarado, Tina Shahuspath done a great job of pulling that department up by its bootstraps because it would almost collapsed by the time we made that change. And say, hey, right. That's huge as well. It's huge. Okay, but so I would think that moving with speed on those complaints to help the public realize that we're taking it seriously and that we're reviewing this information is as important as audits, quite frankly, because,
Sir.
Madam Secretary, getting these questions answered means that there's real answers as opposed to the vacuum of social media. Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Madam Secretary. Good to see you. I wanted to thank your office for reaching out to my office about voter registration, the cross-checking that Senator Nichols mentioned. One of my kids, my son, has lived out of state since 2016, and he's a registered voter in that state, and he continues, even this last election cycle, to get a voter registration card at our home address. And so just to drill down a little deeper, what do you do to cross-check? Because, and I know y'all are going to reach out to him, I think, to see if that helps troubleshoot some things. But could you just describe the process of cross-checking?
I'm going to let Christina go through that, but we want to find out what is going on with him. But yes, I'm going to let Christina go through that process.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. For what we call cross-check or broadly voter registration list maintenance, we engage with a number of different jurisdictions, other state agencies to get data sets from them that reflect, for example, when individuals move either within Texas or now out of the state of Texas. We get that information, we match it to our voter registration database, and then we provide that to the counties so that they can act on that data.
So the pain points on this would be either, do some states not provide that information to us?
So what I would say is that in the past, excuse me, we have relied on some other organizations, some third-party organizations to help us provide that data. We are looking towards other sources now so that we can get that information more timely. We've been working with DPS to
Like faster than 9 years?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I would say that there are some states out there that in the past have not participated in data sharing, and we're looking at trying to find ways to obtain data from those different states. For example, when somebody moves out of state, not everybody provides that information.
So another place where that might fall through the cracks then would be at the county.
Well, we get the data, we provide it to the counties, but it is up to our counties to act on that data if they have it.
Okay.
They are the ones that handle that when it comes to actually researching and taking action on somebody's registration.
Well, it seems like, someone might move out of state and they may or may not ever register to vote. But if they do register to vote in another state, it does seem like there ought to be, in this day and age, a pretty simple way of doing that. And, this is 9 years later, right? And
Yes, ma'am.
So I know we brought this up in the last conversation 2 years ago. I do appreciate your office reaching out, and I think they've already made contact with my son to see if they can kind of figure out what has happened. But I hope that gives some insight in, because he's obviously not the only one, right? But he's been on there a long time. So I just want to encourage, and I appreciate your efforts in that way, because having accurate voter rolls is so important for election integrity. And so thank you for working on that, and I look forward to kind of hearing what you discover in that process.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hinojosa?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good seeing you, Secretary Nelson. A different position, different roles, I guess, as being your vice chair for so many sessions, and now I see you on the other side testifying for the Finance Committee. But besides all the responsibilities that Secretary of State has in terms of business filings, elections, there's one that is also very important that I very seldom is spoken about. There is international protocol. As you well know, Mexico is our #1 trading partner, and the commercial trade continues to grow and grow and grow every year. So I get inquiries from, and I've met actually with the governor of Nuevo León. I met with the mayor of Monterrey. I also met with delegations from Tamaulipas and also Nuevo León. And they all want to know how can they set up at least a formal or some type of connection and communication with the Secretary of State and the Governor's office to be able to increase trade. Mm-hmm. And it's not only from government officials. Many of the Mexican trade groups also contact me and try to find ways to increase that communication to help increase the trade between Mexico and Texas.
Senator Hinojosa, and it's good to see my old vice chair again. I didn't even realize until I assumed this role, and I'm embarrassed to say this, back before, I think it was even before I came to the Senate, Senator Lucio passed a bill that created the Border Trade Advisory Committee. And the Secretary of State chairs that. And they're required by statute to meet 4 times a year. And so I step into this role and I started chairing those hearings. Well, I first of all found out that they were having all those meetings in Austin, and I said, wait a minute, that's border trade. Let's have those meetings on the border. And you know this. I started having them. It is an aspect of this job that I love the most. We've had meetings in, let's see, we had one in Laredo, we had one in Del Rio, El Paso, Brownsville. I have met with governors of all 4 of our border states in Mexico. Mexico's our largest trading partner. And we talk about transportation. We've had presentations by, I've met with major companies. We have an assistant secretary of state for border affairs. He has, if I can't attend a meeting, he goes in my stead. He's helping me with my Spanish, as Senator Alvarado knows, and fully appreciates I'm coming along. But, it's very important that we not just maintain good trade relations with our partner to the south, but that we continue to develop that. And so I'm doing everything I can to foster that, to understand what the problems are. Not just, in fact, the last meeting we had, one of our major topics was ports. And we had great presentation and discussion on our ports. We talk about trucking. We talk about what happens. You know, a lot of the food that we buy at the grocery store comes up. What happens if those trucks get, you know, are sitting waiting for 10 hours, 12 hours? And I've learned so much and made great friends. So I've really enjoyed that aspect of what we do, and we'll continue to focus. And they have enjoyed. We have, I did make the decision to have one of those 4 meetings here in Austin because they've enjoyed coming to the Capitol. So we do, and I think it would help for the members of the Senate to come, and the House, to come and visit with them when they come here. I've tried to invite you all to things because I think it's important that we develop those relationships.
Well, I guess if trucks get delayed on the bridges,
Yes.
we're not having the avocados for the Super Bowl.
That's, yeah.
No guacamole.
But guacamole is right. But I will, besides the trade group, when I'm requested for assistance, I will refer those to your office and it may be that the best way for them to proceed to create a better communication structure that they feel they need may be through the trade group and being part of it and being a lot more active and participating, especially if you meet 4 times a year, because I think it would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. And senators have come to some of those meetings. We have, golly, we had 400 people at the one in Del Rio. Mayors from Texas and Mexico, business people, wonderful conversations take place, and it really would benefit.
Those who attended those meetings speak very highly of you, and they all want to meet you, they all want to talk to you, and they all want you to go visit Mexico. I said, well, I don't know about visiting Mexico, but either way, having meetings along the border has been very helpful. But thank you for your work in that area.
Yeah, thank you. I've enjoyed it.
Senator Hall.
Thank you.
Yes,
My
sir.
apologies for being late. So if somebody's already asked this and you've already answered it,
I'll answer it
just
again.
tell me so and we can move on to something else. But I know in the past that you were challenged with the staff size when we got election times to be able to respond to and answer questions coming in from, this is on elections, so
Right.
in there. Are you staffed now? Do you have the staff and the plans in place so that in the elections, as folks encounter things that are questionable in their mind, to react to them and handle them?
I'm going to let Christine, you know Christina well, Senator Hall, and it's good to see you again, and I really am grateful for your interest in what we do over there. I'm going to let Christina answer that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We have actually asked for some additional personnel in this area. We've asked for some folks to help us with training so we can be proactive. We've also asked for an additional person to help us with our certification program so that when things come up during an election, we can be more responsive and make efforts to be on site in some of these locations to address potential issues.
Okay, good, all right. In one area, and that's not the time to go into detail, but I would like to talk with you more about the issue of the logic and accuracy test.
Yes, sir.
Because I witnessed it, I was there, I saw it, and I got to tell you, it concerns me greatly because the process we currently have is one of the fox guarding the hen house. And I don't think with the system, the way we've got it set up, that we are resulting in the confidence that we're trying to get. Because that's the whole thing, is the confidence in the accuracy of our elections is so important to the people out there for whatever reason. I say accuracy, I'm not talking about fraud, I'm talking about just accuracy that can happen due to error. And I think the current way we do those, where the county does it all by themselves, no meaningful oversight, and nobody has a clue what they're doing when they do it, and no validation or verification of the process, I would just like for us to look for a different way so that we have confidence in the accuracy of it. Okay. And the other is the voter rolls. Now, understand, that's a county responsibility for having clean voter rolls. But the state, and if I'm saying this wrong, tell me, that I'm just to get to the question here, but you've moved from ERIC to a different process in which you will have more control over gathering up the information to continuously check the voter rolls from various sources to make sure that we know who's left the state primarily, who's no longer eligible in the process. And then you provide that information to the county
Yes, sir, that's correct.
for them to update.
Yes, sir. It's the county's responsibility to take action on any of those matches, but we are working very hard from the state level to obtain as many different data sources as possible to help counties maintain clean voter rolls.
Okay, you send it, do you have any control? Is there a feedback loop or anything that says, hey, we got that from you and look what we did, we changed, we updated, and we used what you gave us and now we cleaned up our voter roll? Or do they just receive it and they have the choice of doing it, throw it in the trash can, ignore it, or do it?
Well, it's a little bit of both, sir. I would say that several sessions back, it was one of Senator Betancourt's bills, I think it was SB 1113, that gave us the ability to monitor, and we gave us some limited enforcement authority where we can try to make sure that the counties are completing the actions that are required under the law. What's difficult for us is that we can't always see what the counties are doing. You know, we have a number of counties that use their own vendors rather than just using the state system. And so we do the best that we can with those counties, but we don't always have insight into the actions they take for investigations.
So wouldn't it be more efficient if it was done once? Because they're just repeating what you have done by using the information you give them to up their voter rolls. Why wouldn't we have a statewide voter roll that you update and you inform the counties of those people who are living in their county that are eligible to vote, rather than them having to hire staff to do what you've already done?
What I would say, sir, is just to make one thing clear, it is one statewide voter registration database, one statewide voter registration list that the counties draw from. You know, any changes to the structure of how we handle elections in Texas, that would be a policy decision.
Oh, I understand that.
Yes, sir.
No, I understand. You're following legislation. I don't want us to be in a position where decisions were made at one time that seemed to make sense on what was happening then, and now as things have changed in technology and populations and other things, we're doing stuff that's not as efficient and accurate as it could be if we were to go address that issue and today based on what we know. And so I just bring that up just to make sure I understood where we are with it, and we can talk about this outside of here, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that and to see if that's we can't possibly do that, or maybe it's worthwhile considering it.
I'd be happy to visit with you more about that, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I just wanted to say that I think you've made the Secretary of State office a lean, well-oiled machine, and Texas is stronger for that. So good job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt, did you want to follow up on the election issue?
I do.
Senator Alvarado, she's said.
Right, just quickly on Senate Bill 1113, you do have limited enforcement. I believe that if someone is not purging the voter rolls, you can withhold Chapter 19 funds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Now, as somebody who was alive back in a galaxy long ago and far away, to Senator Hall's point, we actually put the major counties on batch mode because they weren't online. This goes all the way back almost 25 years because we really didn't have the computing power to be able to handle those offline counties, is what you call them, but effectively they're batch versus continuous. And it may be time to revisit that because at this point in time, they've got the engine that can actually handle handle all of that in one database. And you're right, Senator Hall, it's very inefficient to be doing double entry and double checking, et cetera. I don't know, can you comment on that? Okay, well, that is That, however, is the history behind the decision to go with offline counties over several decades ago.
Okay, thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, always good to see you. Thank you for your work and your team. Y'all have always been very receptive and very responsive to our office. Senator Hall, speaking of technology and efficiency, you know, one thing I've advocated for has been online voter registration. And I know that's not your decision, it's this body and the other body. Can you tell me, I was just on your website, like going through the voter registration, I guess, pre-application. Yeah, it needs a little bit of work, and I know you're on it.
Yes.
So somebody can go to your site and register, or they do the pre-application, right? Not the actual voter
Right.
registration. Okay. And then they can go to the county.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
So how many people do you have dedicated to processing the hand, whether it's mailed or dropped off at your office? How many FTEs are dedicated to that?
Most of those registration applications are mailed directly to the county. We do have some that comes to the state because they're using a more generic form. We have 24 to 48 hour turnaround in getting those to the counties. It's usually same day if they come to us rather than being mailed to the county. During bigger election periods, it can take a little bit more than 24 hours, but we have a pretty quick turnaround on getting that to the county when it's mailed to us instead of the county.
And how many people do you have that work just on voter registration processing?
Well, on that component, that's our operations team that handles that, and I think we have about 10 folks that work in that division. As far as supporting our voter registration database and our counties that interface with that, we're up to about 25 individuals, thanks to the legislature for giving us some additional positions during the last session.
Do you have any idea how much it costs for someone, whether it's at the county or in your shop, to process the paper voter registration, snail mail?
That's a great question, ma'am. I wouldn't have that information, and as far as, since the bulk of that goes to the county, it might be a question where you might get better details from a county.
Okay. I have an idea what theirs is. I was just wondering if you knew what yours was. Now, I haven't gotten this information in maybe a couple of sessions, but I know that to process the way we do it now, just old school snail mail, it's about 80 cents, I believe, per card. And sometimes you have to send another one if something is not legible or there's a wrong address. And if you were to do it, if we went online, it's about 3 cents. So 3 cents versus 80 cents. Now, I'm sure those numbers need to be updated, but I just wanted to put that out there more for the public, why I have pushed for online voter registration that can be very safe and secure, efficient, and using great technology. So thank you for your work. And I have seen you, Madam Secretary, in action with folks in other countries, and we are so fortunate to have an ambassador like you representing our state. Thank you.
All right, that's all the questions we have for you, Madam Secretary. Thank you so much for being here this morning and with your great team. And
Thank you,
luck.
Madam Chairman. And again, members, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for what you're doing, truly.
see you soon.
Thank you.
Right here, great. Okay, we're going to move on then to our next agency, the Office of the Governor and Trustee Programs within the Office of the Governor. And we will call up KJ Curtis from LBB, Toby Baker, Deputy Chief of Staff, the Governor's Office. I think the Chief of Staff is here too, Robert Black. Suzanne Johnson, Director of Administration. I don't know who wants to talk or sit where, but y'all are welcome to make yourself comfortable. Okay, we can get started with KJ on the LBB presentation on the Governor's Office.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. So
morning.
I am KJ Curtis with the Legislative Budget Board, and up first we'll talk about the Office of the Governor proper. Summary of recommendations.
Talk a little bit louder.
Of course.
Why?
Apologize. So starting on page 1, recommendations include $33.3 million in all funds, which is a $2.4 million decrease from the current biennium. We'll turn to page 2, where you'll see item A shows the largest funding change related to unexpended balances carried into the 24-25 biennium. Item B shows the increase related to the biennialized statewide salary adjustment, which is then offset by item C, a decrease in anticipated appropriated receipt collections for the 26-27 biennium. Moving to page 3, the first selected fiscal and policy issue relates to the continuation of UB authority within and in between biennia. And then item 2 shows the recommended continuation of the agency's authority to transfer appropriations and FTEs between the office and the trustee programs. Moving on to page 4, recommendations include a modification to Rider 5 to remove the inclusion of estimated unexpended balance as part of the regular appropriation. And then there's also a minor edit to Rider 1 shown there. And then on page 5, you'll see the items 1 request not included in recommendations to remove the limitations of Article 9 provision. And that concludes the office proper. And if you'd like, we can move on into the trustee program.
Please do.
Okay. So starting on page 1 of the trustee programs, recommendations include $4.4 billion in all funds, which is a $5.3 billion decrease from the current biennium. And you'll see that recommendations do increase FTEs by 1 for the upcoming biennium related to victim assistance. Turning to page 2. Pages 2 and 3 show the listing of significant and other funding changes. Of note is item A, a decrease related to border security funding. This was appropriated in Senate Bill 3, the fourth called session of the 88th legislature, and this funding was appropriated for transfer to the Department of Public Safety, and we'll talk more about border on page 5 in the packet. Item B shows decreases related to unexpended balances. Items D and H are one-time funding items, and then item F shows the addition of funding for victims assistance programs. And so we can move on to page 4. So in selected fiscal and policy issues, that first item is an overview of funding changes. This primarily consists of what we just discussed, the removal of unexpended balances, the removal of general revenue for border security related to the Department of Public Safety, and then the addition of funding related to victim assistance programs. Item 2 discusses disaster funding, and recommendations include $150.2 million in all funds for that purpose. Now on page 5, item 3 discusses the border security appropriations. Recommendations do include $2.9 billion in general revenue for border security, which is level with 24-25 appropriations. You can see in that table that the agency did increase funding in riders by reallocating $182.8 million from strategy A11 to increase funding in B11 and B13 programs for the 26-27 biennium. And then at the bottom of the page, item 4 discusses changes to align the agency budget structure for 26-27 biennium. So there had been a lot of programs that were associated with the 24-25 C11 Create Jobs and Promote Texas strategy, and those have now been separated into independent strategies for tourism, music, film, television, multimedia, the Texas Enterprise Fund, military preparedness, the University Research Initiative, and the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium. And so now each new strategy and funding are discussed in more detail on pages 5 through 7. We won't go into detail on that right now, but if you want to roll over to page 7, you can see on item 5, there's an overview of the Texas Space Commission and the Space Exploration and Aeronautics Research Fund, or SEERF, which is a fund outside the Treasury. Since printing this packet, the Commission has announced the approval of 4 awards that total $21.6 million in SEERF grants. And then a final note on the Space Commission, the agency does have the authority to transfer SEERF to the trustee programs in order to fund related administration, but the agency did not assume any transfers for 26-27. So we can move on to page 8. where you'll see that in addition to the amounts increased in border security that were shown on page 5, recommendations also include other significant changes to funding identified in riders shown in the table. And then we can move to page 9, where you'll see a summary of federal funds received by the trustee programs. There is a large decrease in federal fund availability in 26-27 due to the removal of one-time funding related to ARPA. And then the other federal funding source decrease is related to the Crime Victims Assistance Grants. There has been a steady decline in federal VOCA grant awards that the state has received over the past number of years. So we can move to page 10. Pages 10, 11, and 12 are the rider highlights, and most of these in the top portion of the page are modifications to riders that revise to a standardized format. At the bottom of the page, there are new riders 39 through 44. These contain the text originally associated with the 24-25 old rider that talked about the Create Jobs and Promote Texas strategy, but now that that has been broken into independent strategies, these new riders align with the approved budget structure. So there are new riders, but it's old text. And we can move on to page 11, where you'll see the lower half shows the deleted riders. These have been removed due to one-time funding, one-time reporting requirements, or consolidating strategy funding identified. And then on page 12, these show the show riders with obsolete language removed, conforming changes, or updated funding amounts. And then we can turn to page 13, and these are the agency's exceptional items not included in recommendations. The agency has indicated one additional item since printing the packet, a $5 million request to fund grants to combat acts of violence or terrorism against nonprofit groups, which I'm sure they will discuss here in a moment. And then you'll see on page 14 our additional requests that are not included. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question dealing with, we are constructing and building a military base by the border, I guess, around the Del Rio, Valverde County area. What is the total cost of that project?
The DIAG grants? Is that what you're-
not the DIAG grant. That's
One at Eagle Pass? Is that-
correct.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay,
For the construction of a military base?
correct.
I'm sorry, I don't have that, but I can look into it.
Yes, and just give us an estimate of how much it would cost, ongoing cost to sustain and keep it in operation. On the DIA grant, I think what it is right now is $30 million, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and we're looking to try to increase that to $75 million because the return on that and trying to protect the military bases is very high. But I'll ask the governor's staff on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the governor's office. And who's going to present, Toby or?
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you. Robert Black.
Good morning, Chair Huffman, Vice Chair Hinojosa, and committee members. My name is Robert Black, and I have the privilege to serve as Governor Abbott's Chief of Staff. Thank you for allowing me and the governor's staff the opportunity to visit with you this morning on our little piece of SB 1. Since this will, I hope, be the only time I have to testify before this esteemed committee, this session, I want to take the opportunity to thank you and the members of the Senate and of this committee for your willingness to partner with the governor's office to serve the needs of Texans and our great state. For this session and beyond, I hope you will continue to see the governor's staff as a resource in service of your constituents. Madam Chairman and members, our state continues to be the economic powerhouse of the nation. We lead the nation in job creation, adding more jobs than any other state in 2024. Additionally, we've set new record highs for the number of Texans working and the size of the Texas labor force. We have been the best place to do business in the United States for 20 straight years, and for the 18th year in a row, Texas is the top state for population growth, adding more than 1,500 people a day. With that incredible growth comes both challenges and opportunities, and I think you will see both reflected in our budget. From border security to economic development, from film and music incentives to a disaster fund to public safety grants, the governor's budget reflects the goals of both growing our economy and keeping our people safe. I do not envy you your task of crafting a budget this size, but I do thank you for your efforts and your thoughtful consideration of our part of it. Now, I have with me Toby Baker, one of our Deputy Chiefs of Staff, to give an overview of the budget and the Office of the Governor and the Trustee programs, as well as a number of experts from our office for different parts of the budget if any member wants to go deep diving on anything. But Madam Chairman, before I turn over the mic to Toby, I would like to address one of the larger items in the budget and one of the larger issues that I know has been talked about on other panels in front of you the last few days, and that is border security funding. First, I'd like to thank the House and the Senate, Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Speaker's Office for funding Operation Lone Star and border security efforts over the last few years. I think they have been extremely successful. And I want the committee to know that Governor Abbott has formally asked Congress for that $11 billion that you have appropriated and the Texas taxpayers have paid for. He's asked for it back in a formal request. Just this week, Governor talked to every majority member of the congressional delegation and both U.S. senators about this issue, and he has had numerous conversations with the administration. Next month, the governor will travel to Washington, D.C. to personally talk to leadership in the House and the Senate. He's already spoke to the U.S. Speaker once and the administration about getting that $11 billion back. I can report that all of those conversations have been very positive. I would probably have better luck predicting the weather next month than predicting what Congress is actually going to do. But I can assure you that the governor is putting forth every effort possible to get those funds back to Texas. Regarding the border security efforts going forward, I don't have any clear-cut answers or timelines for you today. We are less than 3 weeks into a new administration in Washington, D.C., and I think if you just turn on your TV or social media channels, you can see there's a lot of activity by the administration regarding security in this country. Texas remains an active participant and partner in those ongoing security efforts. And while it is the governor's intent right now to maintain and continue our current border security posture, while we continue working with the administration in partnership as they ramp up their border security efforts. We are at the very beginning of the process, and I do not have a timeline for you on when or how that is going to happen. We believe we will have more information in the coming weeks and months, but I will commit to you today that our office will keep you informed of when and how that is going to happen as we move forward. Now, I'm happy to answer any questions along those lines, or I'll turn the mic over to Toby.
All right, I'm sure you'll have some questions. I want to ask you one before, just because I think this is one of the, I call it the low-hanging fruit, where we could save $200 million a month, and that is with the National Guard or combination of the Texas Military Department at the border. That's under General Seltzer. Mm-hmm. Currently, they're there under the orders of Governor Abbott, mm-hmm. and therefore we're paying for it. Just a simple change of who's ordering them down there. If we could get the feds to order them down there, then the feds would start paying for it. To me, that would not change what we're doing. I mean, we could have more help from the feds, but that would be one way to save us $200 million a month. I know we have a huge budget. I know we're in the over billions and billions of dollars, but $200 million is a lot a month, no matter how you look at it, right? So, is there any hope of even starting with that? What do you think?
There's always hope.
There's always hope. It really would just take a change of
it would.
Ordering
so
what?
I know that there are discussions happening on going on. We've been involved in some of those and I'm going to get there are federal designations for National Guard troops and calling up regular U.S. Army troops on which one and how. The Secretary of Defense was just confirmed. There is a hot rumor I heard this morning that he may be coming to Texas as early as next week.
Okay.
To visit with General Seltzer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the plans will come together soon. I just don't have them today.
Right, and I'm not trying to pressure. I'm just trying to give that as a suggestion of a starting place. And I've received some complaint just through the wayside of like some of the soldiers who they don't get credit towards their pension, and the federal soldiers towards their time when they're here under state order. So even that could solve a few little problems of some of the the soldiers who are down there. So just little things like that point out to you. But anyway.
Yes, ma'am, and I will add some context. The governor would love for us to be back down to the levels we were under President Bush and President Obama and even President Trump the first time.
Yeah.
You know, the $400 to $800 million range. We would love to be back there again.
Right. And I do understand some of the effort that we put, like whether it's through the state arrest, the border prosecution unit, all those things are really good state support, I think, to help the feds in their mission. And we want to invest in their mission, and I think we definitely have a role in that. It's when General Seltzer was here, I guess that was a couple of days ago, you know, we were talking about the idea, you know, DPS is rounding up, you know, certain illegals who cross and have committed state offenses, whether it's trespassing. That's, again, low-hanging fruit for ICE to just come in and pick those up. They've come in illegally. They've committed a crime. They're fit, I think, within the definition of what President Trump had hoped would be some of the first to be removed. So, again, I think we can be really good partners with the federal government on this. We're committed to do it. We've been doing it a long time, as you said. If we get, you would sound more optimistic than me about us getting that 11 million back. But again, moving forward, I think that we need to be prudent on how we do it. So that's my only thoughts. And thank you for all you do. You know, y'all tell the governor he's doing a great job. I always say, you know, you can tell how many questions there are, and really the only person who has their light on is Senator Hinojosa. So. Maybe they'll light up in a minute, but anyway, Senator Hinojosa.
Just a quick follow-up on the thoughts. I think border security is very important, and I support it. But now it's a federal responsibility. So hopefully now the President Trump administration will take up more of that responsibility and more of the cost, and relieve some of the burden from our taxpayers here in Texas. As for the base camp, as you well know, we're constructing a base camp in Del Rio area, and that is costing quite a bit of money, and it also take a large amount of money to sustain it on a regular basis. So that would be also a good idea to see if the federal government can pick that up, since they seem to be very much focused on trying to secure a border and help Texas do its job.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was really just going to reiterate the comment that you made regarding just simply changing the order of who is giving, changing who's got the order to put the National Guard at the border. And it does save, and that seems like something that the current presidential administration would do in a heartbeat. And maybe it doesn't have to go that far to the top. Maybe the new Secretary of Homeland Security could give us that, because the chairman made a great point with that saves so much per month, and that it doesn't change anything in the operations or the dynamics of it. Mm-hmm. And it helps them, as she said, their pension gets, they get to add to their pension while they're working. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to the question about the reimbursement, and thank you all for giving us the letter that the governor sent. If we do get that money back, will your office revise requests for the Operation Lone Star funding for the upcoming biennium?
I will commit to you this. If we get, first of all, I don't even know how the mechanics of that would work. But if we get to the point where we're discussing mechanics with Washington, D.C., then that means the decision's been made to do it, which is a really good thing. Mm-hmm. And I will commit to you that not only will we relook at that, but we will include Senator Huffman, Chairman Bonnen, assuming, Chairman Bonnen, the Speaker, Lieutenant Governor, and our office, and the Comptroller on how those mechanics would actually work when that money comes back. But yeah, if they say something like that in the next few months, sure, we'll relook at whatever we need to.
Okay.
Be great.
Great. Moving to the trusted programs, one of my favorites is the Music Incubator Program, and I want to thank Senator Campbell because she helped me get that across the finish line, and this committee and Chairman Huffman as well. So it's been a real success, and y'all have done a great job of putting it out there and letting people know when to apply. I see that it's in the base budget again for, I think, $20.2 million. During the first round of applications, they pretty much went through that money. Do you feel that what's in the base budget is sufficient for the next round of applications?
Senator Toby Baker, good to see you in this new role.
Right.
Not talking to you about environmental stuff. Right now, I think that is sufficient for what we need, but happy to have a conversation with you if you're hearing something different in your office, and if we need to adjust that number, we're happy to do that.
Okay, it's been a real success, and I think part of it is the public awareness of it that y'all have done. So thank you.
And, okay, that's all the questions, but Toby, I know you wanted to make a presentation on the exceptional items, so anything you want to highlight, you can.
Sure, I'll try to go quickly through it, so I'm going to reduce this quite a bit. I think I will say that Robert and I both worked for Governor Perry, and now we work for Governor Abbott, and we are living proof if you work long enough and hard enough, you end up right back where you started.
Yeah.
So with that being said, thank you so much for allowing me to come and address you today. Thank you to the members of the committee, Chair, Vice Chair, Lieutenant Governor, Mike back there. I see him hiding. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna skip all of the stats and get straight to our exceptional items. I'll skip the border exceptional item because you did include that in the base, and go to and victim assistance is also included. So I will skip that and go to the Semiconductor Innovation Consortium. I want to highlight this because it is a significant amount. $698 million for the CHIPS Fund. Obviously, it's for to bring the semiconductor manufacturing world to Texas. It's been highly successful to date. We have 66 applications, and we are well oversubscribed. It's in the billions of dollars of projects that have been requested. We've funded 12 at this point for about $125.4 million. We expect that we will expend all those dollars by the end of the fiscal year. So I would highlight that one for your consideration because I think it has been highly successful. And as we move to make Texas more self-reliant, I think this helps with that goal. Moving on to Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grants, we've not asked for an increase in this. It's been $30 million for as long as I can remember. We're asking for a $20 million increase. You included the $30 million in our base. The $20 million represents the demand that we see out there. So what we see on a regular basis is these communities well exceed the money that we have available. And so we haven't been through a BRAC round or base realignment and closure round in many years. But to remind you, the federal government has the opportunity to go around and look at military bases across the United States and then decide whether to close them. Obviously, losing a military base in some of our smaller rural areas like Wichita Falls or Abilene or San Angelo would be catastrophic to the community. So for us, this small increase will go a long way in showing the federal government that we are invested in the defense community here, and we find that it's very helpful for a lot of the bases to do some things that they wouldn't be able to do had we not engaged. Moving on to the Governor's University Research Initiative. We have not asked for, when this was originally funded, we asked for $40 million. You funded that. We have now gotten through that. So we have not come back to you and asked for more money for this program for many years. What this is focused on is bringing what we consider to be the best researchers in the world, United States, to universities in the state of Texas. So a number of universities have taken advantage of this. And I would say it's building a research base here that we did not have before this program. It's an investment that is that goes to the heart of, I think, higher ed and what we should be doing outside of teaching our kids. And we would respectfully ask that you consider this program as we move forward. The next one is the Texas Moving Image Industry Incentive Program. We put this in here for discussion. Last legislative session, you gave us just over $200 million all in on this. This represents the additional amount that you added to the program during the last biennium. And so we put the same amount, I think, to start the discussion. From what I hear, the Senate might be interested in doing a little bit more than this, and we'd love to see what that bill looks like once it's drafted. And if you have, if you need our input, we are happy to provide that. And then we had a late addition to the exceptional item list. It was not on our original list. It's $5 million from the General Revenue Fund for grants to combat acts of violence of terrorism against nonprofit groups. We have funded about $2 million towards this in the past, so this is a little more than doubling it. This comes out of October 7th, and some of the threats that we saw against synagogues across the state of Texas. But it's not only for synagogues, it's for churches, it's for nonprofits of all types that may be under threat from terrorist actions. So we decided to add this, but it was a late addition. We're happy to come tell you more about it if you have any questions. We also have some rider changes that we could, Madam Chair, we could probably come talk to you offline. We don't know if we need to spend time on it here.
Yeah, you can just.
And a couple other things that we would highlight, but that high level, that is what we're asking for.
All right, thank you. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to focus on one of your special item requests. That is the Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant Program, DEAG. And you stated that we have had an amount appropriated of $30 million every session. And quite frankly, that's a huge benefit to our military bases here in Texas. As I understand, you're asking for $20 million more. And as you well know, the federal government is looking at ways to close some military bases. So it makes a big difference whether or not that military base is closed or kept open based on the infrastructure and support that the military base receives not only from the local community but also from the state of Texas. And as I understand, the DEAG program has a 227% return on investment, which really demonstrates that those investments are paying off as it relates not only to keeping our military strong, but also making sure, as you said, that some of our rural communities, and some not so rural, as in Corpus Christi, we have a naval air base and a helicopter assistant or helicopter repair facility. So for us, I would certainly urge members to look at ways to increasing and complying with your request on adding additional funding to the DEAC fund, because I think it's a very important fund for our military bases here in Texas.
Senator, we agree with you wholeheartedly. The numbers that we have would show that the investment here is well worth it. I think right here, looking at one of my notes, is we've calculated that military installations have over $150 billion impact on the state economy and support over 200,000 employees. And you're right, communities like Corpus do benefit from this. In fact, they have received a DEAG grant in the past having to do with reducing their water usage. As we know, in a drought-stricken area like that, that's incredibly important. So we agree with you and are happy to work with you through the session to make this come to fruition.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, along the same lines with Senator Hinojosa, I'm just pretty much supporting what he says. The TMPC, that commission, that fund helps to close up gaps or vulnerabilities for BRAC, the base realignment and closure activity that the federal government takes on. And as you just said, the military, both direct and indirect, I think it's our second largest industry or contributor to our economy. And so that fund helps us protect those bases from closure. So it's just very important. So I was just more reiterating, he beat me to the button, but reiterating what you said, that's just real important. It's not a giveaway without it's not a giveaway. It truly has important intent behind it. Thank you, Toby.
Thank you.
Thank
Senator,
you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Toby, let's go over this exceptional item on the semiconductor
Yes, sir.
Innovation Consortium. Do you have a list of the 12 applications that have been approved and what type of upside?
I don't have the list of the 12 that have been approved, but Adriana Cruz with our economic development team may have that list. So if you don't mind, may I look over my shoulder and see if she has it?
Toby, right, you can look over left or right shoulder. It's up to you.
Thank you. So I do have the list here in front of me.
And do you have like just an amalgamated total of employment or which specific, how many fabs or lines we're looking at here? And if not, you can also just share that with us because you may not have time to.
Let me, I'm trying to process an Excel spreadsheet quickly. So let me, if you don't mind, let me digest that and I will get you something that's simpler.
Right, I just think it's important to know what our success ratio is before we quintuple the fund. And just you and Robert, since you're effectively, well, let's see, I was going to use the term retreads, but we'll just say reruns, okay? I hope that you'll eventually get some benefit out of seeing yourself on the Heroes and Icon channel, 20 years from now. I guess so.
Senator Beckcourt, since you're on that subject, my understanding is the money that's put out is mainly for the federal match. So the feds match the money. I don't remember what the ratio is, but am I correct on the way that this program works?
Do you mind if I bring Adriana up?
Of course not, no.
Okay.
I'm just following up because I think it's important. It sounds like we're just giving them this money, but it doesn't.
No, that wasn't my intention.
Yeah.
I know there's a federal match.
Yeah, but I just think
major
it's
federal
important for the public to hear that a little bit about it since they heard.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Adriana Cruz, and I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Economic Development and Tourism Office and the Office of the Governor. And the projects that have been approved through the LBB total about 948 jobs and about $17 billion in capital investment. Now, only one has been announced so far, but the others are in contracting, and we hope to have some more announcements coming soon. But they vary from semiconductor fabs, semiconductor suppliers, semiconductor design companies, and then we do have some higher education grants that will be coming as well for some of our higher education institutions and their research programs. And yes, sir.
No, so this is 389. That was the number of jobs so far, or was it
948?
948. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. And that's spread out, as you said, over fabs, fab designs, et cetera, secondary and tertiary
suppliers. Yes, sir.
Now, is that list public yet, or do you have to wait to?
It is not, because we're finalizing contracts, and we do not make announcements until contracts have been finished. And so once those have been made, and we will in time put this list up so that folks are aware who has been receiving grants.
What's the one that has been announced?
Intella Epi.
Okay.
That is in Allen in the DFW area, and that is the LBB approved a grant of $4,120,000, and that was for 30 jobs.
And that's an important process, if I remember correctly, that EPI process.
Correct.
Now, I did some work in fabs with automation long ago, so it'd be good to have those whenever those could be released to talk about this. Because, Madam Chair, that one $4 million expenditure for 30 jobs, one of the fundamental limitations is effectively lined with and what they're working with on these on chip design and wafers, et cetera. So these can be, if it's an EPI process, it's where that actually gets done in the fab construction. So that's an important step.
Correct. Thank you. And Madam Chair, to your question, some of these projects are pursuing federal grants. For some of them, federal grants have been given, and for some, they did not receive a federal grant. And so I think it's not necessarily a requirement of the program, but we certainly want to leverage as much as possible some of these federal opportunities. And we did not limit ourselves solely to the CHIPS and Science Act. So these federal grants could be Department of Energy, Department of Defense, NIST, any number of federal grant opportunities.
And of course, part of the incentive, the reason for all this is we want to keep these industries in Texas. We want to encourage them to come to Texas. And very importantly, we want to keep them in the United States and keep them from going to foreign countries, right?
Absolutely.
Part of what this was all about.
That is what it's about, is the reshoring and also building up that supply chain. and also national security. All of these products have national security implications.
Thank you.
40 years ago.
Senator Betancourt?
Right. I would assume Intel has federal money on this, though, or on that project or not?
I believe Intel did receive their federal funds, as well as some of the other companies that have selected Texas.
But it's not
announced.
exclusive, is what you're
Correct.
saying, right?
Yes, sir.
So, are any of these other announcements expected anytime soon?
I believe we're working on 2 press releases that we hope to come out this coming month.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Perry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just go back to the DEAG money. First of all, thanks for being proactive. Those are big employers in the area and serve very strategic, vital purposes. As a senator of the second largest rural district in the state, for 10 years the largest, I have 3 of those bases. I also remind members I have 4 public university systems. So think about that. You got 1 or 2, you think you got a handful, I have 4 to deal with. But Abilene, Wichita Falls, and San Angelo, you mentioned, are 3 big strategic bases. But what I forget is $1 million here or there from a Texas to keep programs protected is a lot of money compared to other states. So a little bit goes a long ways to your point that we're making, but it's important to my district, but to the state and to the nation. But I do have the luxury of having 3 that could be coming under target one day. So, the odds are not good for me as a senator representing that sometimes. So it's good.
All right, Senator Flores.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things. It's been good to see you, Toby. So I just wanted to recognize that, appreciate the support and being in the bill pattern for our border security, but especially of interest to me is the Border Prosecution Unit and the great work they did. Those district attorneys volunteer their time and have done a great job under tremendous stress. So, but we're still ongoing until there's a transition for the federals to take over. That's why it's important for us to maintain what we're doing at least until the federals can do their job. But I just want to recognize, appreciate the request to support the Border Prosecution Unit. Secondly, I just want a quick recognition of the Appointments Office under Peggy Venable, who's done a great job working with all of us to make sure that our qualified constituents represent our districts and our boards and commissions, and working with the governor to do that. Something very important. I think it's overlooked sometimes that that having our own people in roles of governance, especially very well qualified, is very important to all of us. And I want to just a quick shout out. They did a great job. So that lastly, but not least important, has to do with VOCA and filling I see you have a large exceptional item in here for them, and in dealing with public safety. That comes from the Victims of Crimes Act. It's a federal law, but that provides funding to pass through you, the governor's office. But in the last few sessions, the gap from the funding from the federal government, especially under the last administration, was backfilled with ARPA. And then, of course, without ARPA, we filled the general revenue in the last session. But as it is right now, we're still looking at to maintain those services, which I think, we spend a lot of time in criminal justice and public safety about going after offenders, but equally we need to make sure and always recognize that to take care of the victims. And I thank my colleagues for that support of taking care of the victims and not forgetting them. And so, as I understand it, this request is to basically maintain VOCA throughout the state in all of our communities to help our victims. That's your request, is to maintain it at the current level. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. That's why I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And thank you all very much for what you do, and look forward to working for you in the session.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Flores. Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know since Adriana's up there, I wanted to make sure that we let y'all know how much we greatly appreciate the efforts by the governor's office related to economic development. I know my 18 counties, it doesn't matter when or where the conversation about economic development comes up in those 18 counties. Whenever it comes up, she's there. And so y'all are greatly appreciated for the efforts that you make. I know very difficult for you to get out all over the state, but it's much appreciated, much noticed, and I want to make sure I recognize you for that.
Thank you so much, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Colcourse.
Thank you, Toby. Good to see all of y'all again. Thank you, and I loved your statement about you stick around long enough, you end up back where you started, right? Back to your roots, right? So good to see you, Robert, in your position. Governor's University Research Initiative. I want to make sure y'all are, when you said you hadn't expended it, I want to make sure, is that for the biennium or traditionally it's just been a carryover? How does that work?
That's right. It's been a carryover, so we haven't, when it was first launched, we've really just spent down that balance. And so where we are, so we've never had to come back and ask for additional funding because we have the ability through our riders to move
UB authority
forward. That's right. And so we're at a point now where we will have spent everything that you gave us. And so that's why the request is to essentially refill that so we can start that process again.
I'm looking at page 4. It looks like we started this in fiscal year 2016. If I'm reading that correctly, it looks like Texas A&M College Station's been the big winner with 21 awards.
It's yes, ma'am, that's correct. At the beginning of this program, I think Texas A&M in particular saw it and jumped on it quickly. I will say what we're seeing is that's starting to, other universities have, I think, have noticed and have started to engage more here recently. But at the beginning, Texas A&M was was really the university that was taking advantage of it. It was not specific to them. It was just they were the only, they really went after it at the very beginning.
I don't remember the enabling legislation. I'm sorry, I could pull it up probably here on my iPad, but does it only go to public universities or can privates also apply?
I will have to verify that, but I believe it's only public universities.
Okay. And which is interesting. I would say that maybe some of our privates are doing really good research as well, and we maybe should potentially open that up to them as well. You look at Rice University, world-class university research, R1, and they're doing some really good things there. My question, Madam Chair, is as we looked at CPRIT yesterday, and as I said, when I drilled down into some of that last night, and I mean, they use it a lot for university recruitment and bringing those research teams in. We have this. We'll have, I'm certain, exceptional items in Article 3 from each university.
Always.
And it often gets to the point where I'm not sure we have a coordinated approach in making sure that we're not wasting taxpayer dollars, that all of this is moving in a direction and we're not, I'm not saying we're duplicating efforts, but that we might be not as prudent with those dollars and how they go out because y'all are doing it. We're doing special items. Every university comes and says, we've got the greatest thing. Very opaquely, CPRIT is pushing out a lot of money. And I'm not saying in a bad way. I'm just saying I'm not sure, always have the roadmap. So that might be something that we look at and work with y'all on. But I remember when we passed this, and I think I would say to y'all and Toby being back in the office, y'all have been prudent. Good for Texas A&M College Station for chasing a bucket of money. I'd like to see potentially some of our smaller universities access this, and that would be at the behest of those systems, pushing them. And potentially, again, we have some world-class universities that are private that really don't cost us a lot of money that we could augment in the research realm. So look forward to working with y'all. And welcome, really excited about working with your team, Mr. Black, this session and beyond in the interim as well.
Thank you, Senator. And we would love to have some more conversations on this if you'd like for us to come by. You know, what sets it apart is that it's not like CPRIT in the sense that if I've got a list here, here's an ag researcher, energy research, oil and gas research, computer engineering research. So we're sort of what GURI gives us is the ability to sort of go across different research areas and try to get those professors from around the world who are the best at what they do and bring them here.
And Madam Chair, if I could, I love that. You know, it is very different than CPRIT, who is cancer research, versus y'all, and just making sure. Senator Perry and I were having a really good conversation up here, whether it's Health and Human Services or what, you know, all the different buckets of money and making sure that they go in the right way. And so as we look, I'll be filing very shortly a bill on making Texas healthier, making Texas healthy again, and looking at things that we can do on that. I'm super excited about the future, and whether we're doing research in engineering and aerospace, or looking about agriculture and how we produce products and what we're doing there. I think Texas can really be a leader on this, and we're going to have help from the university systems as well. We invest a lot of money in them on making Texas healthier and healthy again. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's all the questions. You had brought up the film industry and so forth in your special item. I did want to say that Lieutenant Governor put out a low bill number on the bill. Again, I haven't filed it, but we'll file it soon, and it will start a franchise tax credit. Still overseen by the governor's office. There'll be about $450 million for that. It's a credit, though, and then
Right.
$50 million for what kind of continuing on what you're doing now, but it will be overseen. So we'll talk about it. I'm sure we'll have a lot to visit about.
Looking forward to it.
Yes, thank you. All right, so that concludes all the questions we have for you. Thank you for your participation and being here today. And we will move on now to the Facilities Commission and Revenue Bonds for Lease Payments. Boom. Okay, do we have George Purcell up here? And then we'll call up Mike Novak, Executive Director, and Thomas Brown, CFO for the Facilities Commission. And George, you can get started. Thank you.
Okay. My name is George Purcell. I will be presenting the summary of recommendations for the Texas Facilities Commission and lease payment for revenue bonds. The first page of the Facilities Commission packet presents a high-level overview of the agency. Overall recommendations would reduce the appropriation for the agency by approximately $2.0 billion in all funds to $387.2 million. Turning to page 2. Some of the highlights of funding changes in these recommendations. Item A is the removal of funding related to an emergency grant for border wall construction. Item B is the removal of revenue bonds and general revenue for capital complex phases 1 and 2. Item C is an increase of $3.7 million in all funds to fund increases in utility costs due to the expansion of the Capitol and North Austin complexes. Item D is an increase of $43 million in general revenue to refurbish the James E. Rudder Building. And item E is an increase of 37 FTEs and $6.3 million for additional staff to support facilities operations at the agency. Turning to page 4. Item 1 is some historical information on utility costs. Recommendations include $3.7 million for cost increases related to the Capitol complex. Item 2 is information on the current status of border wall construction. As of January 2025, 55.6 miles have been completed. Item 3 is information on the refurbishment of the Rudder Building. As you heard earlier, this building is being renovated to meet the needs of the expanded Office of the Secretary of State, as well as to modernize the historic structure. Turning to page 5. Item 4 is an update of the agency's maintenance and renewal program. That's what used to be called deferred maintenance. Recommendations include stable funding for this function at $111.4 million. The agency requests $10 million for additional funding for inflation that would keep the program at current levels of activity. Turning to page 6. Item 5 is some historic information on agency FTEs relating to the FTE increase I discussed earlier. Item 6 is information on status of construction at the Capitol Complex. Note here that the two Phase 2 buildings that are currently under construction across the street will not be available for occupancy in the 26-27 biennium, as completion is anticipated in fiscal year '28. Page 7 lists some minor changes and updates to riders. Turning to page 8. There are 3 new riders included in these recommendations. The first requires the agency to complete the new Texas State Library and Archives Commission building and to move that agency into the new facility within the existing $210 million appropriation. The second new rider is to provide clarity to the agency on expectations of communication to tenants of the Capitol Complex in the event of disruptions. The third new rider directs the agency to develop a report on a space utilization plan already required in statute and specifies that TFC may use this report to address underutilized space. Turning to page 9, you can see the 6 agency exceptional items not included. These total $672.4 million in all funds and 18 FTEs. Turning to page 10, the agency requests for 8 rider additions or amendments that are not included in these recommendations are listed here. This concludes my presentation on the Facilities Commission, but if it pleases the chair, I can continue and present the brief recommendations for lease payments as well.
Please do.
Okay. The first page of the lease payments is also a high-end overview. These are end-of-article items. To refresh everyone's memory, these are not lease payments to property owners. Rather, they are allocated costs for revenue bonds to agencies occupying buildings paid for by those bonds. Overall recommendations decrease this appropriation by $9.3 million in general revenue to $172 million. These numbers are calculated by the Texas Public Finance Authority. Turning to page 3, there is some historic information on these payments for the last 4 biennia. The thing I want to point out here is that these payments are now allocated by agency, which is why we see them spread out across articles in the current in these recommendations. For the last couple of sessions, while construction and move-in of the Capitol Complex was going on, these payments were just assigned to TFC and the Health and Human Services Committee. Finally, turning to page 4, you see the actual amounts of these end of articles by each article. That concludes my presentation on lease payments for revenue bonds.
Okay, and I don't see any questions for you. Thank you, George. So we can start with the Facilities Commission. Mr. Novak or Thomas Brown, whoever wants to go first. Whoever's speaking.
Good morning, Chair Huffman.
You have a question? Sorry.
I had a question.
I didn't see your light. Sorry, Robert. You're recognized.
Excuse me, I was trying to catch it before,
Yeah.
but.
He won't leave.
On page 7, this is number 21, border wall maintenance. I think this is new. Language added to specify that the Texas Department of Transportation will perform the maintenance on the wall.
So I will defer to the agency on this. I believe there's been some issues about trying to figure out who's best situated to handle the maintenance of the
Sounds kind of like the driver's license office.
Yeah.
wall that's been constructed.
There's some resemblances.
Okay, so you don't, well, let me ask you, so we have, TxDOT has not been maintaining the wall or having responsibility for maintaining the wall.
I will defer to the agency on that.
Your legislative budget,
Well, as far as we did not specify in the rider who maintains it. The rider requires that the Facilities Commission do so. The Facilities Commission operationally has made some determinations about how they will maintain it, but that's not in the rider. It's not in the rider that controls it. This was a request. This TxDOT request was.
So this is new.
The rider itself is old. It's from the previous session. This is Facilities Commission wanting to specify who would be responsible for maintenance of the wall.
That's new.
That part's new.
That part's new.
All right, then I'll wait until the
Yes.
presentation.
Why you can ask them why they want to do that. Yeah.
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
You have LBB question? Go ahead. Yes, sir.
I don't think it's in here. Do you have the number of the total debt that Texas has out on basically the facilities bonding stuff? We have other debt, obviously, but do you have the actual balance out there? And how
For-
much did we add for the new facilities in the mall area? Do you know what that looks like?
So if you turn to page 4, actually, no, I do not have the information on the total amount of debt.
That's what I was thinking. So if you could get that, I'd appreciate it. And kind of you know how bonds go, you pay them out and some of the information on them, if you can get that for me, or if members would appreciate it, I think, but Comptroller probably could have gave it to me the other day, but I didn't think about it.
Yeah, he can get it for you.
Specifically and this is specifically for facilities that are under these revenue bonds for lease payments, just specifically that amount?
All debt for all facilities, and if they have the attachment of the revenue coming, if it's, you know, revenue sharing, then that'd work for me.
Okay.
Just kind of getting a figure on where debt is in Texas.
I think we have a presentation on that at some point.
Facility, the finance group, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you can go ahead, Mr. Novak.
Okay, good morning, Chair Huffman and Vice Chair Hinojosa and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Mike Novak. I'm Executive Director of the Texas Facilities Commission. I also have several TFC colleagues joining me today. To my right is Thomas Brown, our Chief Financial Officer, and also with us behind me is our Budget Director, Harrison Gregg, and Will McCarroll, our Deputy Executive Director, and Rick Glancy, our Director of Government Relations. We sincerely appreciate the hard work of the LBB staff and the committee staff and the committee members for the introduced version of Senate Bill 1. From our initial review, we appreciate the continued support. I also want to express gratitude to you and the legislature for your trust in our agency and in our beloved TFC. As demonstrated from the 86th legislature going to today, sitting here today, TFC has experienced significant growth in our construction portfolio. This growth is a testament to the hard work and performance of our dedicated team and to the guidance, support, and the trust we've received from each of you. Projects like the Regional Permian Basin Behavioral Health Center, the new community medical offices in Guadalupe County, Texas Department of Motor Vehicles Business Campus Renewal, DPS's new training facility, and of course the Capitol Complex Phase 2, which I'm proud to say is on time and on budget with a projected move-in the summer of 2027, if not sooner. And of course, I can't ignore that the Texas border wall, we're sitting here as of yesterday evening, and we have now completed 56 miles of wall erected. TFC remains committed to delivering the highest standards of service, fiscal responsibility, and transparency. At this time, I would like to ask our Chief Financial Officer, Thomas Brown, to provide a high-level overview of the exceptional items that we're asking for today. Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Thomas Brown with the Texas Facilities Commission. I'll be going over our presentation packet that you should have in your books. If you'll turn to page 7 of that packet, here you'll see a graph demonstrating the dramatic growth in appropriations to and responsibilities of the Texas Facilities Commission. In all, TFC is managing $4.5 billion in taxpayer funds and with projects and facilities in 240 Texas counties. If you'll turn with me to page 8, here's a list of TFC's exceptional items submitted in our LAR. After our initial review of Senate Bill 1, TFC is pulling down 8 of our exceptional items. These items were either addressed in the Senate Bill 1 as introduced, the supplemental bill, or withdrawn by our partner agencies. I will go over the 4 remaining exceptional items and our rider request described in the following pages. These items remain critical to the future success of the agency. Please stay on page 8 as I go over some details on those items. TFC's first exceptional item is for our Retire Still Build program, or RSB. This request covers 3 significantly underperforming assets: the E.O. Thompson Building, the Elias Ramirez Building, and the Waco State Office Building. Please note that our original request included the state insurance building that's still reflected in the EI and the LBB's packet, but this is our understanding that item is being addressed in the supplemental bill. Our second exceptional item request is concerning implementation of Senate Bill 640 from last session. As part of the Preservation Board and the Senate's plan to renew the Sam Houston Building, several tenant agencies have been informed that they need to vacate the building. The renewal project would be significantly delayed without this funding for this exceptional item. The third exceptional item for our agency reflects the projected cost escalation for our maintenance and renewal program, or MRP. You all have dedicated considerable resources to addressing billing deficiencies and renew the facilities in TFC's portfolio. This request for $10 million will allow the MRP program to maintain the level of work from this biennium. TFC's final exceptional item is to address escalating land and construction costs associated with the Pflugerville Flex office space that was authorized by the 87th Legislature. To deliver 100,000 square feet of flex office space, TFC still requires this additional funding. Finally, I will go over our rider requests. A listing of riders can be found in our packet on page 23. There are 2 new riders added in SB1, Capital Complex Communications, and Workplace Optimization. We are currently working with your staffs to try to determine what sort of resources are needed to implement those riders. TFC is also requesting 6 new additional riders that are associated with Appropriation Authority, Unexpended Balance Authority, and Executive Compensation. Thank you for your time, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. First of all, you know, and we haven't had the presentation yet, but we conducted, the LBV conducted at my direction, sort of a survey of what kind of remote working situations were going on across all state offices. And they will report that, I think, in a few days or next week. But anecdotally, or what have you noticed, or the Facilities Commission noticed, that some of like this new office space and so forth that's going up is not necessarily being totally utilized? I have stories of people going over there, many empty cubicles and so forth. Or have you noticed that? And are you verifying that, you know, last session, remember they wanted curtains and blinds and furniture, and remember that? It was millions of dollars, but apparently nobody's over there. So what the heck's going on?
Chairman, we've kept our eye on this for some time, and it's real easy in this conversation to kind of drift into policy decisions because, you know, we're not the gatekeeper for these commissions. They have their own boards and commissions, so they set their own rules. But if you're asking me directly, have we observed? Yeah, some in buildings more than others, and yes, it can get frustrating, and it makes our whole space planning division. We have a whole division for that, and it's a complicated arena. It's a Rubik's Cube constantly. And it gets a little frustrating sometimes because you work through this program, is what we call programming, and then the space is designed depending on the number of FTEs, and then you walk in and there's nobody there. Yeah, it can get frustrating, and so the answer is we clearly have observed this, but we don't have much control over it. We do our best. Now, I will tell you, we've implemented some. We request information from them now, and we're getting a little better information right now in their planning on what they plan agency by agency. How many FTEs are you going to have? Do you need hotels, the hoteling type space? You know, it's infinite.
Right, and members, I think this is a very important issue that we need to be paying attention to. Because we've made plans for the future, assuming that, you know, certain FTEs would be needed, that they were in person. I personally think people need to show up for work. I think you get better productivity. I think it's good for passing on institutional knowledge. This place runs on institutional knowledge, and it does. And if you get a bunch of people who aren't talking to each other, it can go down the tubes fast. We all depend on our staffs, their knowledge, what we've learned. We depend on each other. I can imagine trying to do this job, you know, from just being by myself and isolated and not having my peers and my friends and so forth to help me through this process. And I think that happens with all our agencies. We are told time and time they need, you know, new lawyers, they need experts. It's very complex. The state's getting more complex to run. I don't doubt that. But I think it's very important that people show up to work. And, that's a policy decision I think we as a body are going to have to make, and how hard we want to push it. But I think it's important to note the millions, if not billions of dollars that we've put into new facilities in the last decade. And some of them are just sitting there. And we're paying utilities, wear and tear, maintenance, all this stuff. And for what? I mean, guys, we need to look at this. I think it's a big deal.
Chair Huffman, if I may add, our cursory review of the LARs from all the other agencies is the state in general is asking for about 7,000 plus extra FTEs and $1.8 billion in additional construction costs that we're monitoring as we go through this process. Yeah, absolutely. That is a major challenge for our space planning program if they are, if they receive FTEs and then we don't receive notice that they need this space or how we're going to program the space, what their actual plans are for. It's a real challenge for us as well.
Well, members, I hope we can work together and try to resolve this and have a plan moving forward. We're only here once every 2 years, and, you know, in 2 years, you can really have a lot more people working remotely. Nobody seems to want to be accountable to that. It was hard getting some of the information, and I'll let LBB kind of share that with you when the time is appropriate. But anyway, the other question I want to ask you, probably Mr. Novak, is the State Auditor's Office recently conducted an audit of the Facilities Commission, and I must say it was scathing. It was not good at all, and it's concerning, again, because you're responsible for billions of dollars. I'm going to quote them: you had significant control weaknesses over performance measure processes. They were unable to certify any of your performance measures. What are you going to do to fix that?
Well, we've got a team of people on it, and sometimes there's additional context to these types of audits too. And
That's what everybody
we
says
appreciate,
when they get a bad
we
audit.
appreciate the auditors, but in this case, let me assure you that we do not ignore these types of findings. And what I tell people too is that you know, we strive for perfection and we'll settle for excellence right now. And when you look at that audit too, there's, I can't remember now, there's 6 or 8 criteria on it, and it's sort of pass-fail. So if you open up a file and there's a piece of paper missing, okay, out of that file, you fail. So it's pretty scathing, but I'm not going to try to defend the way they report the results, but I'd be happy to fill in some blanks for you.
Well,
but the important thing is we're on top of it.
Okay, well, if you're on top of it at this point, that's what we can ask, but I think we'll look a little deeper into it. And we don't need to do it right now, but it is a significant findings by them. So, okay, Senator Nichols, I believe you were next.
Thank you. I think you already know the direction of my question. Related to, I was kind of shocked as we went through all these different lines that all of a sudden, I noticed a line change, which I asked LBB about, that all of a sudden we're going to contract out the TxDOT to maintain the wall.
Senator, that was a discussion. Thomas, I think we go back to the last session, right? And it was $1 million. We needed to at least start the process of how are we going to maintain it? Where's the funding going to come from now that we built it? Because now we have some wall that's over a year old, and you've got access roads across ranches that lead to the wall, and then you've got patrol roads that run the both sides of the wall. And if you were to look at it, at some of the photos of what I'm describing, or even plans and you know, kind of the layout, you would see that it's not crazy to think that TxDOT could be the right entity to maintain it. They maintain roads anyway, and so that's the major part of it. The wall proper doesn't need a whole lot of maintenance.
You got the wall that goes vertical.
Yes.
And then you got the road that's horizontal.
Yes.
You're talking about them maintaining the horizontal road?
Yes, sir.
Who's going to maintain the wall?
Well, so I'm saying it doesn't require a whole lot of maintenance, but
who's going to?
When DPS would, when they patrol that, there's constant traffic to where they're patrolling it, okay? Once we build a wall, they're kind of handling the operations of it, electronics as well. So if they note, or somebody reports, or through some of the electronic camera surveillance, that there's a problem with the wall someplace, like somebody's been able to cut through it or attempted to destroy something on the wall, then we would go out and repair it. But we're just now getting to that point, Senator, you know, where that's coming. That's why we're trying to look ahead a little bit about what is the best entity to handle that. So I would think that TFC would handle maintenance on the wall going forward, But it's not crazy to think that TxDOT would not be a great candidate. If you looked at what I'm describing to you, like I say, photographs, you go, boy, that looks like a TxDOT road or a TxDOT rural road. And TxDOT has got all the mechanisms and facilities to manage that type of maintenance more than we would. I mean, we don't normally take care of roads. But let me just give us more food.
We're talking about the road for a second, talking about the wall. You build buildings, you maintain buildings.
Yes, sir.
You build walls now.
Yes. But the road has to be maintained to even have access to the wall, Senator.
Okay, road's one conversation, the wall's a different conversation.
Okay.
Are your so how have you been, what was your plan to maintain it? When you say road, I mean, we're not talking about a paved driveway. Are you talking about asphalted roads?
No,
dirt
these
roads?
would be
Caliche roads?
Yeah, caliche type base material, and they got to be maintained because you know how these ranches are. I mean, it doesn't take one season, and the brush is growing up and over the roads, and you know, between the Border Patrol and DPS patrolling these roads, they've got to be maintained. I'm calling them roads. You can call them what you like, but I mean, it's just you've got a 30-foot wall.
I get real concerned about, I call it mission creep. Yeah. You know, we're kind of we try to keep TxDOT under the gun on taking care of the business that they've got before them, and that is to maintain the safety of maintain the roads, state roads, safety of those roads. They have responsibilities for bridges, even what I call off-system bridges, inspecting county and city bridges, things of that nature. To have them maintain the wall, it's a huge mission creep when the wall's your responsibility.
Well, we should probably get the conversation back on track, Thomas. I want to go back to the history of it again. Of that, it was $1 million, as I recall, right? And again, we're drifting into policy decisions now, but there's not been a policy decision for us to unwind that $1 million request, which we did. So it's kind of up in the air, pending a policy decision right now on what's going to be done to maintain both the wall, Senator, as well as the access roads. And some of that discussion you heard from the governor's presentation, I think that there's some thinking here too. At what point do the feds come in right now and maintain the wall?
I'm just one of many in this building, but I would encourage those discussions to be focused in two different directions. One would be how we're going to take care of the road, and then who's going to do that and how we're going to pay for it. But we have constitutionally dedicated money for, are these going to become state roads through people's personal property, as an example?
These are easements, these are access roads and easements that we have acquired.
Is anybody from the public allowed to drive on that road, as an example?
No, sir.
So it's a private road?
Yes, sir.
On private property that's built for the state's benefit of,
yes, sir,
the security. Yes, I can understand that
as
accurate. State security road or something like that. But I would like those conversations as we go forward to talk about how we're going to take care of the road and how we're going to designate it and how we're going to fund it, to being a separate conversation of who's going to maintain that wall.
Okay.
I really don't want to. I really don't want to see TxDOT's responsibility of maintaining that wall. No. I would like to see them focused on safety of our traveling public, congestion relief, things of those nature.
Yeah, let me clarify. I don't think it was ever the intent, nor in the discussion, that TxDOT would maintain the wall, the structural wall. It was the roads and highways. I should say highways. It's the access roads.
I'm reading words in them. Anyway.
Robert, we'll fix that. We'll fix the writer. It's just it's poorly worded, let's put it that way.
I can see how the whole conversation could drift real easily.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, I'm going to go read this audit because I want you to read the words. I'll read the words. I want you to listen to them. I want the public to hear it. I want a response. The Texas Facility Commission has significant control weaknesses over its performance measure processes. As a result, all 5 key measures tested for fiscal year 2024 were designated as factors preventing certification. For 3 measures, the commission did not have accurate populations, nor did it have accurate costs to use in calculations for 2 measures. Additionally, for 4 of the 5 measures tested, it did not allow definitions recorded in the automated budget and evaluation of Texas. The certificate results, 5 performance measures, could not be accurately recalculated. The commission did not have accurate population maintenance requests and encumbrances of accurate costs to ensure its performance measure calculations. Commission did not have documented and approved policies over its performance measure processes. And it deviated from A-Best, and it didn't properly approve one measure. Did you have a response done already on this?
Yes, sir, yeah. The
Well, I
audit-
mean, has it been written and published?
Yes, sir. It's in, if you look at the final audit result, the management responses are included after each chapter
Okay.
in it.
Well,
and we're on top of it, Senator.
Well, I mean, on top of it means
We've
what?
got a team of
You've
people
already
right now.
corrected these
Yeah, we're
control
process- yeah,
deficiencies?
they're either already corrected or we're in the process of correcting them right now.
Gentlemen, you all handle a lot of money now. You're in a lot of places in the state. And when I see this type, in the private sector, there would be a lot more of a reaction to an audit like this. And I'm just concerned because this is, no disrespect intended, but when I see a major head of an agency basically dish a report, just dish it like you just did with the chairman, that is a yellow flag to me. I won't say red, but I just don't think that that's the type of leadership we need. Okay, when we're having these type of audits, we pay these people to do these audits. We pay these people to try to prevent problems. Okay, and am I making my point?
Yeah, understood, Senator. We have a team of people on it. We're on top of it right now.
Senator, if I could add, some specific things that we are doing to address the audit findings is we're implementing a new work order system through our agency to better track our data. We were working with a very antiquated system previously. We're replacing that now. We are also updating our policy procedures and implementing a review process for those. Unfortunately, what we see in this audit is in a way a reflection of a certain time drift that happens with some of these items. And it is something that we're very thankful for this SAO to point out to us so that we can address these with all alacrity, making sure that we're getting after it.
I like the term all alacrity because the problem is with this type of money flow, without a work order process, fraud follows. It's just inevitable. Okay. And I'm not saying it has already occurred. I'm just saying there's a high probability when you don't handle the controls of a project like this. Okay. Because you're in some major projects. This is effectively, you're in some of the biggest civil engineering projects we've got going in the state.
Absolutely.
All right. And I mean, this has to be taken very seriously, Commissioner. I mean, and with all alacrity and quite frankly, I don't want to see an audit report dish like this again. It has to be where we've got the problem, we understand it. It's not just a piece of paper that's in the wrong stack that's the problem. If you've got a work order process problem, we've got problems eventually. That's just, it's an inevitable result. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Kokros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question. Chair Huffman, I have a quick question maybe for you, but on last session, I had a bill, Senate Bill 1119, that would have required the LBB to actually do an analysis of each building and facility owned, leased, or otherwise occupied to look at our occupancy rates and all the different things. It got to the calendars committee in the House and didn't pass. And so I'm not sure if LBB, the report that Senator Huffman is having y'all do, goes to space utilization, or is it just how many work from home? And I'm not sure when she's going to have that presented.
Julie Lindsay with the Legislative Budget Board. The information that we were looking at presenting, most likely on the last day of the agency presentations, will provide detail from agencies, mostly on work from home versus work in office policies, things like that. I believe that the rider for the workplace optimization that was added to the Facilities Commission would sort of be the other component of that, is looking at the space that is out there, how it could be utilized, so that hopefully those two pieces of information together would provide information for the legislature.
And I think our challenge is we see the mall, I refer to it as the mall, is that proper language, being built out, which is the north side of the Capitol. Those of us that traverse those roads, it's quite a challenge. You know, we're doing this huge build out of office space for our state agencies, and we, I think, are going to be challenged if we have a bunch of empty buildings where the taxpayers have spent all this money for these buildings, and they're just going to sit there empty. To echo the chairwoman's sentiment on last session and bill patterns, we saw over and over furniture, you know, whatever it was, you know, curtains, as she mentioned. And so this is really important that we get to the bottom of this, and that we come up with state policies on how we want the state to operate with our civil servants, and how we're moving forward with the investment that we've made, but also the efficiency of how we run government. So I look forward to working with y'all, with the Facilities Commission. I think Senator Hancock might be filing the bill that I had last session. This is, when we talk about Department of Government efficiency, this is DOGE, 101. So thank you, Julie, for that. I want to go to the Facilities Commission and ask a couple of questions about the wall. I do think it's extremely important that we look at in the out years of wall maintenance. The roads are important. TxDOT is not necessarily an agency that builds our roads. They manage big contracts of contractors that build roads, and make sure that our dollars are being spent wisely. Obviously, they have a lot of oversight on the engineering of them and everything else. I think that there are good questions that we need to look at, Senator Nichols, how we move forward. My question to the Facilities Commission is, have we secured all of the private landowners' our easements to build the wall? And we did not give y'all any eminent domain authority. So do we have the contracts with private landowners in place to continue to build the wall?
We do. We have a runway. Maybe it would be helpful if I gave you just a few little stats here. And this is kind of information that I kind of report on publicly at our commission meetings. But at this moment, we've got major construction activities are underway at 12 different locations in 6 counties. It would be Cameron, Star, Zapata, Webb, Maverick, and Val Verde. We've, as I said earlier, we put up 56 miles in place right now. But this will get more to your question. We have 111 easements right now closed or in the closing process that totals about 73 miles. I'm rounding off.
73 additional miles to the 56,
yes,
or?
No, that would be a total. We've either closed or in closing right now. I mean, it's you can just call it a done deal. We're at 73 miles of wall, okay? So we have 9 easements that are in the closing process right now, and again, I'm just going to round up. Let's say that's 7 miles. And then we have another 104 miles of easements in various stages of negotiation. And that it's sort of, looking ahead, filling our pipeline. So make sure I understand your question, Senator. That's kind of, the stats right now. If you're asking, are we fully funded for what we have on the runway right now?
Answer that question, and then I'll clarify.
Okay, I think with the absolute current funding sitting here today, we can deliver about 85 miles. But we have enough easements right now that I would put in the category of high probability of closing that could get you north of 100 miles, say between 100 and 120 miles. So we're in that stage right now where it's a policy decision. Do you pump the brakes right now, or what do we do? Do we continue to close on easements?
The policy decision being that we think the Trump administration will pick up and build the wall.
Should we continue to close easements? And that's really the biggest question. Do we continue, or do we pump the brakes some? But we're deep in discussions with this. It's a policy decision out of the governor's office, and we're waiting some guidance on it.
And that would be, okay, so basically you have 85 miles currently potentially funded. You have 73 miles under an easement contract. So, give or take 12 miles. The question is, on those 73 miles, or potentially 85 miles, that is a contract with the state of Texas, not a contract with the federal government, correct?
Correct.
So whatever happens, those contracts that we have of 73 miles, 111 easements closed or nearing closure, we're going to be responsible for those miles, because those contracts, it's not like we can say to a landowner, oh, we're going to deed this to the federal government because they're going to now maintain our wall. I think all of that is very important for us to understand as lawmakers. And I'm all for the wall. Don't get me wrong. It is complicated.
No doubt, Senator, in this transition in Washington right now, where this is all on the table, I think that's what Robert Black, I don't want to speak for him, what he was referring to. There's a lot of discussion has to take place about who's going to do what and when. And in the meantime, we just keep closing easements and building wall up to the amount of our appropriation right now. That's really the immediate policy decision. But yeah, you get into questions like, okay, well, if the feds are going to come back here and do their job, and are we going to transfer assets? If you get that $11 billion that Robert Black was talking about, do we transfer assets to them? And how do you do that? How do you transfer? And who exactly in the federal government is it transferred to? And then who's going to maintain it, starting when?
Well, I also would
it's a lot of
break as a landowner and say I feel pretty comfortable making a contract with the state of Texas. I'm not sure I feel very comfortable with a federal agency in Washington, D.C. With some of our landowners. So I think that has to be discussed. And I will say that this was an initiative that obviously we funded and we wanted to, and I think it's super important that we have deterrence for drug traffickers and folks that want to come into our nation in a less than legal way that traverse these areas. It's a tough situation for all of us. So look forward to working with you and the governor's office on this very important issue for the state of Texas. I would also say that I was going to ask, last session 2 years ago, you mentioned that we were able to acquire some of the panels that the federal government had purchased. Federal government translates to the people of the nation. Taxpayer dollars had purchased that were about to be sold off, and y'all were able to get it pennies on the dollar for Texas. I know that some of it was being sold off as scrap material. Have we been able to secure any of those wall panels as they were being sold off as scrap material, or whatever they were being sold off as, not as a border wall?
The recent activity on that, we went back the last couple of months, the answer is no. We were not able to get any of that. But if you'll recall, they canceled the auction too. What happens, without me really getting too much in the weeds here, is it all started, Facilities Commission, we handle a federal surplus program. It's under our umbrella. And that's where the feds ship all kinds of things. It could be helicopters, it could be heavy equipment, and We take care of that. We have a warehouse in San Antonio and one in Fort Worth. So our folks kind of monitor what the feds have coming in, and they just sort of stumbled across something that said wall on it. It got your attention enough you want to do some further digging. So that happened early in the program. We were able to get a significant dollars worth of walls, actually out of the San Diego area, and hauled them in. Well, I mean, long story short, when that happened, they kind of turned off the spigot. I don't think the feds meant for that to happen. And it just kind of, that well went dry for a long, long time. And then you started seeing these pieces and parts showing up on various auctions. That's not part of our portal system, so we have no way of monitoring that. And then here in the last couple of months, you saw the publicity on it, I'm sure, where they were auctioning off some material that they had consolidated out in Arizona. But as I think you're aware, they ended up not selling that until after the inauguration. So the intent right now is the federal government would use it as they resume their wall in the other states. Sorry for the long explanation, but it gets complicated in a hurry.
Well, I think the loser here is the taxpayer, in the end, and that is just so frustrating and infuriating, in what we're trying to accomplish and being good stewards of those dollars. So I hope this administration that's in D.C. Becomes good partners with the state of Texas, who has, as you said, taken on a federal activity to protect our citizens here in our nation. Last question is about what the Facilities Commission's purpose is. If an agency might want to say, gosh, we think to recruit good employees, we want to do, potentially we want to set up daycare facilities within some of our office space. Are y'all the people that they have to work through to do that? Y'all the agency.
The role that the TFC has historically played is that we're not experts on child care at all, but we can build the facilities, just like we did here in Phase 2, that wonderful facility that we have there. But basically, the University of Texas, if their child care program, they're the one that has managed our child care programs. And what we do is kind of facilitate that. It'll come through our commission for approval, but it's basically just to approve their rates for the year, their compensation to UT for handling all of that. So that's the short answer. And, I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but.
Well, I mean, I would say, are y'all a help or a hindrance in those situations?
We're helping building it.
Say that again.
We're helping building the facility. But as far as having any expertise in the operation or even the design, we bring in specialty designers for it. But as far as coming up with the business plan for it, does a business plan work, the model for it, we do not have expertise in that area.
And so that would fall back to the agency that might be considering this, or policymakers like us.
Well, if your go-to right now would be UT, because but.
Thank you,
Senator. If I could just expand on that just for a second, we wouldn't be a help or a hindrance, but we would be able to tell them whether a space can accommodate what they're asking for. That is one of our main roles here, is in the review of space requests that an agency comes to us for. They say, we want to put X number of things in our space. Can it be done? We have to review all the variable codes for construction, make sure that it can be accommodated. And if it can't, then we may seem as hindrance in that case, but we're definitely trying to make sure that that's something that can be done.
Okay. Any other questions, Senator Colcourse?
We'll continue to work on this. Thank you, and I look forward to working with y'all. These are really big issues, and they're important to our citizens.
Thank you, Senator Colcourse. I think as the Board of Security, there's still a lot of unanswered questions, and we transition to the Trump administration. Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just kind of a 10,000-foot view, but first of all, to establish your control or lack thereof whether or not state agencies move to your facility. So you're kind of the end recipient. When they decide to do that, they contact you.
Correct.
You don't get to influence their decision to up a lease, move to a different property, or go to you. That's our call, right?
Correct.
In your operations, having empty space, do you believe the legislature hasn't provided that instruction in a clear way that you will use the new buildings and get out of your leases when they're up if it makes sense for your operations? I mean, do you think that, are you getting a sense that across the board, most people want to be over there, understand that we want them there? Or do you think it's kind of a 50-50, or we're going to thumb the nose at anybody and we're going to do what we want? What part of it is it?
No, I think basically they're cooperative.
Okay.
I think that it would be helpful for us to get more information. I'm trying to think of some specific examples for you.
I can give you, I think what we need as a legislature, but you need too, is agencies that have long-term commitments and leases, where are they at in it and when are they expected to renew? Because if you don't have that, you have no way of being proactive on having the conversation.
Well, a lot of that we do kind of know because we have a leasing
You have
division
lease.
too. We
Okay.
kind of facilitate the leases as well, and all of that is plugged into our programming. So we work with the agencies, but
Sometimes
we don't get a lot of pushback where they go, no, we're not going to move. Yeah.
Good, okay. Well, sometimes it's shoot the messenger. I just want to make sure you have the tools you need to be what we want you to be and have other agencies participating when they're supposed to be. So if you feel like you're good or you need help in that, this is your menu to do it. Not today, but
Right.
get with people to do it.
Thank you.
Secondly, we heard 400 miles yesterday, I think in the military. That's, I guess, the Constantine and kind of temporary wire or lack of conversation. It may not be temporary, but it's 400 miles. You've got 53 miles done. You think you have another 100, possibly kind of 85, I guess, committed.
Well, we could get, what I says, we could get to 85 with our current
Sure.
appropriation standing here today, okay?
So you
But
have-
beyond that, to get up to 120, 125, we're standing by for.
You have operations, but you don't have funding past 85. You have things in process. but-
Correct.
So I'm just kind of saying, do you have the total miles we are hoping to put a wall on?
Well, that's really sort of, we're joined at the hip in a partnership with DPS on that. And I should say too, is that we don't just go out because, hey, we got an easement over here, so let's build wall here or let's build wall there.
Now,
We
do you
kind of
have-
get a green light from them that it's a hot spot.
I'm not looking for how we get to a wall. Do you have, as a master plan, where you told we want 900 miles? Kind of, for some reason, that sticks in my mind.
Well, you had 1,250 miles on the border, and if we went back to the discussions, I think you have what you call natural barrier some.
Sure,
You get the Big
right.
Bend area.
Big
You
area.
got some that Bush had put up, and during his presidency.
How many miles do you perceive in your world today? are
Well,
you
right now, our immediate target is to get up to 125. Okay, but
as part of a how many miles plan? So we don't have a master plan, is what I'm hearing from you.
Senator, the sort of master plan of what the total program would be something we would defer to the governor's office. We're their contractor. We're the ones doing the
So
construction.
you've never been told that number, and it's not a slam on anybody. I'm just trying to get my head around. We got 53 on the ground. We've got another 85 possible in current funding. We've got more conversation on easements pending, and then we got 400 over here. So 400 plus yours, 500 or 600 miles, let's just say, of some barrier.
yeah, I think the way you just stated that is the best way of putting it. The discussions that we had early on were about 600.
600, okay.
600
So-
total
so we're
miles.
not-
And we didn't come up with that number. That would be DPS saying that's a target, and
When people ask how many miles of wall we have,
yes.
I'm going to give them the answer somewhere around 453 with the opportunity to build out another 85, going to possibly 600. And that will be a legitimate answer based on some
so, yeah.
concept of where we want to be.
That is kind of a policy decision at the end of the day.
No, I hear
How
that.
much
I'm
do you
not
wanna
saying
build, yeah.
who's right or wrong. I'm just curious as where your role is, where you believe you're at, how far we got left, and where we're at. So, last question to Senator Kokor's conversations. Are these easements not transferable? Usually easements are transferable. So they wouldn't, bad or good or indifferent, would not require the landowner to sign off that transfer. If they pay us $11 million, they get the easements that come with it as what I'm assuming in the contract itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and no more questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the State Preservation Board. We'll have the LBV presentation on budget, James Kessler, and we'll have the agency presentation on budget, Roderick Welsh, Director.
Hello, my name is James Kessler, and I'll be presenting on the State Preservation Board's budget recommendations. So if you look at your packet, on page 1, recommendations include a decrease of $195.1 million in all funds from the 2024-25 biennium. The agency's FTE cap will remain at 183.5. On page 2 are listed a total of 7 funding changes and recommendations. Item A is a decrease of $139.6 million to remove some one-time funding for Senate and House facilities projects, primarily. Items B through D remove one-time funding and unexpended balance amounts. And then item E adds a new rider for a ranching exhibit at the Bob Bullock Texas State History Museum. Then moving to page 3. On page 3, listed are the one-time projects removed from the agency-based budget for a total of $148.7 million. And the next is a decrease of $15.4 million in federal funds. And below that, there's a reduction of $36.1 million in economic stabilization funds for various capital improvement projects. And this is followed by a new rider allocating $3.5 million for the ranching exhibit at the Bob Bullock State History Museum. And then at the very bottom, there's an update on the implementation of Senate Bill 1333. This bill created the Texas State Buildings Preservation Endowment Fund to consolidate 3 existing funds. And the value of the fund as of August 31st is $220.9 million. And after August 31st, an additional $11.4 million was transferred to the fund. And moving to page 4, the agency maintains 2 funds outside of the Treasury, the Capital Fund and the Texas State History Museum Fund. The Capital Fund has an expected starting balance of $19.5 million going into fiscal year 2026, while the State History Museum Fund has an expected balance of $1.8 million going into fiscal year 26. And then separate from those funds, there's $100 million in coronavirus recovery funds deposited into a separate account managed by the Safekeeping Trust Company. The balance of these funds as of the end of fiscal year 2024 was approximately $103.2 million. Moving on to page 5. Page 5 is listed the rider highlights included in the recommendations. First are the projects in the capital budget rider. There are 5 projects continued using unexpended balance authority, 3 projects that have been removed, and the addition of the ranching exhibit renovation talked about previously. And at the very bottom of the page are 4 new riders, 3 of which provide unexpended balance authority, and the last one is for the ranching exhibit renovation. Moving to page 6, there are 2 deleted riders. And then finally, on page 7 are the exceptional items not included in recommendations. The agency included a deletion request for a rider pertaining to the Texas Mall outdoor common areas, and they also requested a new rider to provide unexpended balance authority for the Texas State History Museum roof and boiler projects into the next biennium. And the agency is not requesting any additional exceptional items. And I'm happy to take any questions.
There are no questions. Thank you for your presentation. You're on.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. My name is Rod Welsh, Executive Director of the State Preservation Board, and appreciate the opportunity to present the agency's LAR today. The agency was provided a GR baseline limit of $30.2 million for FY 26-27. The LAR submitted includes all program area operating expenses within the base limit. Also included in the submitted LAR is one exceptional item totaling $1.24 million for increase in costs for IT support, which are provided via interagency contract with the Texas Legislative Council. These costs include increases in staff support, infrastructure, software, and an additional one-time cost. Costs for these services in FY 24-25 biennium were $633,000. The agency appreciates the inclusion of this item in the introduced bill. The agency also appreciates the inclusion of $3.5 million in the museum strategy for the purpose of renovating the museum's ranching exhibit, which has not had any extensive updates since the opening of the museum 24 years ago. Working with the Museum Foundation, funding for this exhibit will help the museum re-emphasize the critical role ranching played in the history of the state by tripling the footprint of the third floor gallery. The completed exhibit will include first-person modern-day interviews, large-scale media, and hands-on activities, all of which will serve to illustrate ranching's historical roots through the centuries and the transformation of the industry through the innovations of science and technology. With 1/3 of the museum's exhibition visitors comprised of field trip students, this new experience will resonate with today's kids and fulfill TEAC requirements. Last session, the agency was tasked with managing 3 more office buildings in addition to the Capitol Mall and given funding for that purpose. The agency was also the very appreciative beneficiary of an endowment created by the legislature for the purpose of funding future capital improvement projects for the property under the agency's care. Therefore, the agency has no other funding request at this time. This overview highlights the agency's LAR, and happy to answer questions.
For me, just one question.
Yes.
When will the
I know what's coming.
Capitol roof replacement be finished?
We're on schedule. We should be substantially complete by May, June. So in a few short months, we're primarily working on the end caps at the far east and west wings and on the north side above the reference library.
Most of the time when I drive up to the Capitol, I see very few workers out there.
They should be working on.
Okay. Stay on it. That's all the questions we have. Thank you, Director Welsh. Oh, Senator Kokos.
You can't get away that quickly. Yeah, we need the scaffolding down. It seems like it's multiplying.
It's largely coming down on the south face, but until we get the north side complete, it's going to be on the north side and the wings at the very ends.
So I would also say we're very proud of this building because it's the people's building, and I would encourage you to look at the little things like the sign falling down out here and make sure that those kind of things are taken care of. Those are things that just make me go crazy. It's floppy-jawed and about to fall off. So the little things, the details do matter.
Absolutely.
I wanted to talk about the big trust or the fund that we put, I think, $200 million in it.
300 in total. It is 200 million. There's it's basically a third for museum-related improvements, and then the rest for the other properties that we manage. So.
And so when we say that, so a third of it, $100 million, and it's going to act as an endowment, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And so the Texas State History Museum, we call it the Bob Bullock Museum. Not just maintenance, but you have to renovate museums and do new things. That's all a part of the plan, right?
Yes, it's specifically for facility-related improvements.
Good, because it was often that you would come here and ask for, and say, "Gosh, we really need to do this," whether it's HVAC or whether it was climate control or something like that. The LaBelle, when we were trying to do that, we still do receive a great deal of donations in that for that museum as well.
Correct. Our museum foundation we work with absolutely helps us with a lot of exhibits that we do.
Okay, good, excellent. On the other issues of the 200 million and the endowment, Secretary Nelson was here talking about the General Rudder building and things. Is that endowment also going to help those kinds of issues, or does that need to have that separate appropriation?
The endowment will be able to help with the properties that our agency manages. We can do facilities, capital improvement projects and facility improvement projects on all of those properties under our care.
And so when we look at projects like that, the thought is, as that endowment grows and you can expend those funds, we talk about one-time funding here on the excess dollars, surplus dollars that carry over from last session. Comptroller Hager was very clear about that. These are a lot that we didn't expend last session. Will that take, hopefully, less pressure off of you coming before us and saying, this building, this HVAC, this?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
great.
Yeah.
And I just want us to all be cognizant of what they oversee, which is mainly the Capitol grounds. Am I right on that?
Well, the Capitol Extension grounds, mansion, Capitol Visitor Center, cemetery, museum, now legislative office buildings in the Capitol Mall and the visitor parking garage and some other things.
Yeah, so you're going to be getting the mall that is built out north of here.
Correct. Just the maintaining like we do the grounds here and programming at some point.
So, and y'all, through the Preservation Board, any new monument that's put on the grounds has to go through that whole process?
That's correct, through our board.
Those funds can be used for that as well, or not? I don't remember in the legislation. I can look in the enabling legislation.
I don't think so.
But I look at it as a legacy fund. It's an investment so that we can endow basically future upkeep of the people's land here.
Yes.
This Capitol stands as, I think it's taller than the U.S. Capitol, and that it is as grand and as big as Texas. And so whether it's the scaffolding that we see everywhere right now, you promise me it'll be gone by June. Sine die. How about we shoot for sine die?
Yeah, well, it was always...
Or one of the special sessions that we are doomed to be in.
We're on schedule. It's a 3-year project. My hope would have been that it would have been quicker, but I mean, we had to reframe the end caps on both ends of the Capitol where the wood is just deteriorated, and that slowed down the process among other things. But we're still on course and hope to have it all wrapped up pretty well by June, but by September at the latest. So.
Thank you, Rod.
Yep.
There are no more questions. Thank you. Next, we have the Public Finance Authority and General Obligation Bond to Debt Service. LBB presentation on budget, KJ Curtis, and we have the agency presentation on budget, Billy M. Atkinson, Chair, and Lee Devaney, the Executive Director.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm KJ Curtis, and we'll first talk about the Public Finance Authority Summary of Recommendations. So starting on page 1, recommendations for 26-27 biennium include $4.5 million in all funds, and FTEs are recommended to continue at the 2025 levels. Moving to page 2, you'll see the increase there in item A is related to the biennialization of the 24-25 statewide increases. So we can turn to page 3, where you'll see item 1 discusses the Master Lease Purchase Program. This is a financing tool offered by the TPFA to client agencies for equipment acquisition and other projects authorized by the legislature. At its height in 06-07 biennium, the program was used by 18 agencies and is currently used by 4. There was an article or an Article 9 rider added in 22-23 GAA expressing the legislature's intent that state agencies use this program. A version of that rider was included in the 24-25 GAA and has also been included in the Senate Bill 1 introduced. Moving to page 4, rider modifications for riders 4 and 5 include additional language to clarify the use of interest and sinking funds to pay for debt obligations. Rider 6 includes new language requiring notification of increase from other funds in excess of the amounts appropriated in order to provide salary adjustment. And then recommendations do include the addition of a new rider. The agency has the authority to carry forward unexpended balances within the biennium related to debt service appropriate at the end of article. The authority was identified at the strategy level at each end of article bill pattern, and this rider provides that authority in the agency bill pattern. And then finally, at the bottom, you'll see two additional riders, or two riders with minor edits. And we'll turn to page 5, where you'll see the exceptional items that are not included. These items would be funded from the agency's other funds. And then at the bottom of the page is a rider request, and I believe the agency will speak to that. And that concludes my presentation.
I don't see any questions.
If you'd like to move into end of article debt service now?
I would, yes.
Great. So we'll start with page 1, where you'll see funding recommendations include $756.1 million all funds for general obligation bond debt service for the 26-27 biennium. Page 2, item A illustrates the largest funding change, and that is a $52.2 million in general revenue, mostly related to the issuance of commercial paper for CPRIT. And then we can move to page 3, where you'll see item 1 discusses the previously mentioned increase in general revenue for CPRIT. And there's also a chart that shows the rates that are used by the Finance Authority to estimate debt service on commercial paper and bonds. Below that, TPFA requested approximately $737.2 million in general revenue for debt service. However, recommendations reduced the GR by $6 million due to the utilization of federal funds and other funds related to health and human services. In total, $24.8 million in funding for debt service is from sources other than GR, and you can see that bulleted there in the middle of the page. Item 2 concerns the outstanding TPFA-related GO debt. General obligation debt. At the end of fiscal year 24, the outstanding debt was approximately $2.9 billion, and to Senator Perry's earlier question, about $593 million of that is TFC outstanding debt. And then we can turn to page 4, where you'll see a listing of the end of article appropriation by method of finance for your reference.
Does that answer your question, Senator Perry?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I kind of read ahead and all
Okay,
the
good.
stuff I was questioning. You guys have done a good job of recapping it clear, and so I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
I would make a comment.
You go ahead.
State and local per capita, we don't look as good as what we probably think we should or do, but we're pretty high. Our state and local debt
Yeah.
per capita, it's third in the country, is what it reads to me. So.
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we can move on to, excuse me, the agency, Billy Atkinson and Lee Devaney.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Huffman, and Vice Chair Hinojosa is not in the room at the moment, and members of the committee. I'm Billy Atkinson from Hunt, Texas. I'm Chair of the Board of the Texas Public Finance Authority, and with me today is Lee Devaney, our Executive Director. I've served on the Authority Board since 2011 and as its chair since 2013. Coincidentally, I also serve as chair of the Texas Natural Gas Securitization Finance Corporation Board, which pursuant to House Bill 1570 in the 87th legislature issued $3.5 billion of customer rate relief bonds to mitigate the immediate impact of Winter Storm Uri on gas utility customers. Thank you for the funding considerations included in Senate Bill 1 as introduced. I'll make a couple of quick comments about our agency's scope of activities, the budget request, and then I or my executive director can answer any questions you may have. I want to emphasize that our board's commitment to continuing commitment to going to market which is what we do. We go to market to secure the most effective public finance funding for 27 state agencies and other entities. We perform the following primary functions. Number one, debt issuance based on legislative authorization. Number two, we're responsible for refunding outstanding debt for debt service savings. 3, cost-effective commercial paper issuance. And 4, the administration of the Master Lease Purchase Program. And finally, 5, the timely and accurate payment of the bond debt service. Our responsibilities also include employment, development, and retention of staff to high levels of competencies. In recent years, our agency has completed 27 significant bond issues and other financing transactions. We've negotiated and executed financial instruments, liquidity agreements, and other bond-related contracts, and we currently administer 3 commercial paper financing programs. In addition to closing the project since 2014, our agency has proactively and independently executed refunding transactions that are now serving the state over about $116 million, primarily in general fund revenues. I want to thank the state leadership, the TPFA client agencies, and the TFC, which would include TFC, the Texas Southern University, TWIA, Health and Human Services, Department of Motor Vehicles for administrative projects, CPRIT and the Railroad Commission, and the constructive cooperation that each have provided to us, which has resulted in efficient and low-cost financing for important projects. And there are others that I didn't list. On behalf of you and the state, we are responsible for all compliance with the various markets, the SEC, the IRS, and the various markets which manage and control the issuance of debt securities in the public area. The TPFA board, the staff, and the board-selected legal and financial service providers must be sharp, they must be alert, and aware of the risks and hazards we face in each transaction. I like to say our underwriters have a party after these deals are closed. We just stay awake at night. Diligence, caution, and the use of resources, the willingness to confront issues head-on are an absolute must for our agency and our staff. Our board believes that such people qualities are consistent with your expectations for a market-facing central debt issuing agency. In addition to our agency mission, we take the budget process seriously, which is why we're here today. Our agency's budget consists of 2 components, as the LBB mentioned, the state general obligation bond debt service and our operating budget. While we're responsible for calculating and paying the state revenue bond debt service, those amounts are appropriated to our client agencies. State general obligation bond debt service is appropriated in an amount required to pay principal and interest on outstanding and projected bond issuance debt for the next biennium. Where those interest rates for the state biennium must be estimated, we collaborate with financial advisors, the Bond Review Board staff, and the LBB in estimating and setting that interest included in those appropriated amounts. Our agency operating budget is about 88% salary-driven. Our board remains committed to support and retain our human resources to the highest levels of competency. And I might add that about almost half of our staff are retire rehire because they were so competent and capable, we needed them for transactions that we had to close. While we have a small staff of about 17 FTEs, these are high-caliber performing people and must remain well-trained and focused. As such, they're critical to the responsibilities of the state central debt issuing agency as they help us mitigate transactional and regulatory market risk, which is critical to our board members. The 5% legislative salary increase for 24 and 25 was greatly appreciated to assist our agency in recruiting and retaining highly skilled financial professionals. We appreciate it. Our LAR request for 26-27 also includes a 5% merit pool, which is not included in Senate Bill 1, as was introduced earlier. The Board of Directors respectfully request that this critical item be considered as an exceptional item request with no general revenue impact in order to retain experienced staff and to respond to the anticipated market salary adjustments during 27 years. Our merit pools historically in the past have been about 3%. So it's about 2% more that we're asking, although the 5% was not in the budget this time. We've made good progress in bringing staff up towards market average salaries, and we don't want to slip back to the days where we had a lot of turnover and about 50% vacancies at times. The board also requests consideration for an adjustment to the exempt executive director's salary cap at the appropriate time. I never can get enough salary for our executive director. He's good. I rely on him. My board relies on him, and we're very appreciative that we have him on our staff. Finally, Rider 6 in Senate Bill 1 is introduced, includes a new provision requiring notification to the Legislative Budget Board prior to implementing salary increase expenditures from non-general revenue sources. The TPFA requests that the proposed provision not be included in Rider 6 because implementation of the notification requirement would impair our ability to negotiate and make tactical salary adjustments in a highly competitive market for individuals having municipal finance knowledge and skills. Quite frankly, if we get a counter offer from someone, we can't go through a 30-day LBB approval process. I'm hoping that we're not in a penalty box for anything, but maybe that rider was inserted unintentionally in our case. Finally, we've requested LBB to make technical corrections to restore our authority to appropriate unexpended balances during the second year in order to pay bond debt service, and to perform critical administrative functions, and Lee can explain that later. As I mentioned earlier, as required by House Bill 1520, we created the legislature created a special purpose entity that we named the Texas Natural Gas Securitization and Finance Corporation, which issued revenue bonds in March of 23 to securitize about $3.5 billion in extraordinary gas costs during Winter Storm Uri in 2021. The bond issue requires considerable ongoing administration and coordination among the many involved parties. I'm pleased to report that the gas collections, the customer rate true-up process, and ongoing bond payment and related functions are proceeding according to plan and contractual requirements. As you recall, that was a complicated debt issuance process that we had to work carefully with the Railroad Commission on, as well as the industry gas companies. The administration of the corporation's bond program will continue to receive the corporation board members' time and attention, as well as the resourceful TPA staff. In closing, I'd say all of our TPFA exceptional items are identified in the presentation materials provided to you follow our board's thoughts of concern and our respective requests for your consideration. Appreciate your help throughout the year, throughout the biennium, and as well as the governor, lieutenant governor, and the comptroller and the attorney general's office, who we work closely with each of them and their staff. I'm pleased to answer any questions together with our executive director, Lee DeVinny. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We have no questions. Thank you very much for being
Madam
here.
Chair.
Move on. Yes?
I have a quick question on the chart here, just for understanding. When y'all on page 8 talk about local government debt issued, define local debt for me. Does that include school districts, or is it only cities and counties?
No.
Senator,
You need to move the microphone.
the document that you're looking at, we don't have in front of us,
Okay.
so I can't respond to that question.
I'll get with LBB and others to try
Okay.
to get definition on that, just to understand, where we rank third in the nation on debt. It's not really driven by the state debt, it's more driven by the local debt. Am I correct on that?
Correct.
Senator Kokos, I noticed on those charts that when you look, if you're just looking at state debt, then we're 7th in the 10th most
Right.
populous state. So that's quite a bit of difference
Yeah,
here from 3rd to 7th.
The lion's share of that debt is, I see some nodding heads out here, is local. And I just want the definition of local. Is that our municipalities? Is that county? And then included in school districts? And then, of course, we have all the special utility districts, which I would wonder if that is also
There is a great chart on that. I don't know where I saw it. I think from LBB presentations doing BORs. We'll try to get that for you. LBB, y'all remember what I'm talking about? Yeah,
and the
one that
definition of what
Yes.
government is defined at, local government is defined as traditional. Does that include schools and
There's
all
a
of the
great one
special
out there,
utility?
'cause they've
Thank
done
you.
it, yeah.
Will you get that to me, Julie?
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen. No more questions.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the Bond Review Board. KJ Curtis, you'll do the LBB presentation. Rob Latcha, come up for the agency presentation, and KJ, you can get started.
All right, great. So on page 1 of the Bond Review Board Summary of Recommendations, you'll see for the 26-27 biennium, a total of about 2.4 million in general revenue is included, and there is the continuation of FTEs at the 2025 budgeted level. Moving to page 2. Item A identifies the largest funding change related to the end of the 2024-25 capital budget project. And then item D shows an increase related to annual subscriptions. Turning to page 3. Item 1 discusses the constitutional debt limit. At the end of fiscal year 2024, the Bond Review Board reported that the issued debt was 0.92%, and the combined issued and authorized but unissued debt was 1.7%. Moving to page 4. Item 2 is an overview of the outstanding debt. At the end of fiscal year 2024, the outstanding local debt was $333.3 billion, and the graph illustrates the outstanding state debt of $73 billion. And further at the bottom of the page, item 3 concerns the state's bond rating, which is AAA at all 3 major credit rating agencies. We'll turn to page 5. Item 4 discusses the revenue related to the private activity bond program. Since the year 2014, revenue collected from the program has steadily increased, with $2.1 million collected in fiscal year 2023. Moving to page 6. Rider highlights. The capital budget rider has been deleted due to the completion of the project, and then you'll also see Rider 2 shows edits to the fiscal years. Moving to page 7. You'll see the agency's exceptional items not included in recommendations. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to Rob Latcha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Rob Latch. I'm the Executive Director of the Bond Review Board. As you may recall, we have 3 main charges of the Bond Review Board. One is to review and approve state debt before it goes to market. Additionally, we act as curators for that information after the sale, and all the information we gather is sent to the Controller's Office, and with every future official statements, that information is included. Secondly, we do the curation of local government debt. So every issuance that happens at the local level, we take that issuance and we orient it to the state's fiscal year to have comparable apples-to-apples comparison among all the local issuers. So if you ever see any local debt information that's in aggregate, we are likely the source. If it's from the Texas Tribune, the Controller's Office, the LBB, that debt started at our agency, and that machinations happen there. And thirdly, we administer the private activity bond program for the state of Texas. After the 1986 Tax Act, there was a bit of indecision on how to handle private entities or private works that did public good, and in essence, the Fed said, we're going to allow the states to administer that, and we administer, this year, we're going to administer over $4 billion in volume cap for the state. As mentioned, agency appropriations for the past 2 fiscal years were just around $1.3 million. Although the agency is funded solely from general revenues, during fiscal years 2023 and 2024, we received deposits of just about $2.2 million in private activity bond applications and fees. There were a couple of items that I guess were left out of the recommendation. One was our database, what we call refresh and modernization. The current database that we have online was built in 2015, and it uses a outdated Microsoft Access GUI, and we'd like to move to kind of a web app GUI that would facilitate further growth and basically allow us to move to the future with what we can do as far as our data that is out there. Additionally, we have a couple other items. One was a retainage for a portal website and database management, and then also a small salary adjustment to ensure that we keep staff as well as we can. We have, unfortunately, over the past 5 years, had kind of averaged a 20% turnover ratio, and serendipitously, since October this year, we are actually averaging a 27% turnover ratio. So ideally, we would like to get to a point where we can lock in, especially our junior analysts, to do a lot of that initial number crunching. And as far as presentation, that's all I have. And you have a number of charts that are there that we've included, and as well as some graphs that might be interesting as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I do not see any questions. Oh, Lois, you got to hit that button.
The definition of local, it's...
Yes, it includes, in fact, if we do a local annual report and we get into all the different types of local governments, when I started the Bond Review Board a couple decades ago, the largest component of that used to be cities. We've seen AISDs grow. They now, they're above 1/3 of local government debt. We have other special districts, we have counties, we have health and hospital districts, we have basically any governmental entity, local governmental entity that issues debt, we enumerate it. The one thing we do not catch at the local level, we have a difficult time catching conduit debt, and that's where a local government might set up a public facility corporation or housing finance corporation. That's kind of vague as to whether it should be reported to us directly. So that's our weakness. So when you look at the aggregate debt for the state, we are perfect on that. That is something we have our finger on, from authorization to issuance. But at the local level, we only get that data reported to us when they close with the AG's office.
So if I looked at page 9, it would say 80.5% of the debt being tracked on this particular chart is local versus 19.5 at the state.
That's, yeah, and this is a source, to compare other states, we obviously don't have ability to force them to, or compel them to provide us data. We're using the U.S. Census Bureau, and this data is a little dated. It's from 2024, just this past December. But yes, this is not our source, but this is what we're able to do state-to-state comparison, and we're relying on the Census Bureau for this chart.
And so your agency could get us, or the LBB, kind of the breakdown of where that debt is. What I'm interested in, Madam Chair, is seeing if debt has ballooned since we've done revenue caps, and to see if we're offloading it in debt and paying interest or not on the local level, and then also to be able to chart our school districts as we compress rates. I'm old enough to have been in this building when our M&O was $1.50. Very few people remember that, and so we went down to $1. It could go up to $1.04 without a tax ratification election. We have compressed all the way down. I have school districts, Madam Chair, you probably do too, that are in the 70s. We're compressing down to 60 cents. Yeah. I mean, we're, and as you do that, there has been a very aggressive building. Of course, we are growing as a state. We've heard that from Secretary Nelson and others. So I'm not being critical of that, but I would like to be able to see these spikes, the peaks and the valleys, and for us to maybe make some assumptions on policy changes and how that's.
And I think further along, we do get into debt issuance at the local level.
What page would that be on?
I think it's, on me, it's page 8. I'm not sure where it is in the LBB. And it's a local government debt issued by billions.
I saw that, and I guess it's not as defined as I.
We can provide that to you. Broken out by sector, if you will.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Flores, I think your light's just been on. You don't have a question. Why don't you hit that so I don't not call on you if you have a question? I know you're always thinking of a question, but I just need a little cue from you. Thank you. All right, that's all the questions we have. Thank you very much for being here. We're going to move on to the Department of Information Resources. LBB presentation by Charles Smith, agency presentation by Amanda Crawford, Executive Director, and assisting her, Nick Villalpando, CFO. And you can go ahead, Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. Charlie Smith, Legislative Budget Board, will now present the summary of recommendations for the Department of Information Resources. Recommendations include $1.58 billion in all funds, which is about a $19.7 million decrease from 24-25, due primarily to a decrease in general revenue for cybersecurity initiatives and projected utilization of shared technology services, offset by increases for operating costs and an exceptional item for an additional 49 new FTEs. Recommendations include 316 FTEs per fiscal year, which is an increase of 38.7 from 24-25. And on page 2 are significant funding changes. Items A through C include a net decrease of $10.3 million for vendor payments across the agency's program accounts for shared technology services, telecom, and Texas.gov. Also included is an increase of $22.6 million for operating expenses and an offsetting decrease of $44.5 million in general revenue for one-time cybersecurity projects, contingency funding, and unexpended balances. Recommendations include $10 million in all funds for exceptional item 1 for 49 new FTEs and $2.8 million in other funds for exceptional item 4 to enhance the e-procurement system funded last session. Page 3, selected fiscal and policy issues. Item 1 highlights funding increases mentioned in Section 2. Figure 1 in this table here provides an overview of cost of services for the agency's 3 main program functions. For shared technology services and telecom, cost of services is estimated and it's based on customer utilization. For Texas.gov, it is primarily application maintenance and development. Also included is $189.6 million in all funds for operating expenses. This is a decrease of $9.4 million from 24-25. And this is due primarily to the $44 million decrease in general revenue, offset for increases for other agency operations, including full staffing, administrative costs, market research and procurement assistance, and cybersecurity. Page 4. Item 2 offers a snapshot of anticipated shared technology services spending by customer agencies. Currently, recommendations include $1.09 billion, but these amounts will change throughout session based on legislative decisions. Page 5. Figure 3 is informational and provides administrative fees charged by DIR for cooperative contracts, telecom, STS, and Texas.gov. In August of 2023, DIR's board approved a reduction in the STS fee from 2.95% to 2.75%. All other fees remain unchanged and have been approved by the board through fiscal year 25. Page 6. Item 4 is an overview of the LBB's findings during strategic fiscal review this past year. To address finding 1, recommendations include revisions to Rider 9 that would specify a deadline for the agency's report on actual spending by customer agencies and require them to highlight cost driver agencies. Additionally, a new rider would require DIR to provide a report that estimates cost savings and benefits achieved through the STS program with the end goal of developing a performance measure. Item 5 provides an overview of the sunset review recently completed on DIR, and in response to bullet point 3, recommendations include a revision to Article 9, Section 1403, that would authorize agencies to transfer capital budget funding for shared technology services to another capital budget line item to procure staff augmentation contracts through DIR. No other sunset findings are included in our recommendations. Page 7. Rider modifications include a net $2.9 million decrease to DIR's capital budget. Recommendations also include revisions to Rider 9 statewide technology account, as well as the new rider to address the SFR issues discussed on page 6. A revision to Rider 12, Security Services to State Agencies and Institutions of Higher Education, would authorize DIR to exceed their cybersecurity appropriation by up to $3 million per year from general revenue. And finally is the deletion of Rider 14, which directed the use of one-time funding for security improvements to Texas.gov. And on page 8, Section 5 provides a list of exceptional items not included, starting with rider requests, and this continues on to page 9. And that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any question, members? Senator Colcros.
Yeah, thank you. It might be more appropriate for the agency, but I was curious about what percentage of operations and all of the data that you just gave that we are outsourcing, and then also are all of our servers that we're using in the United States. Do y'all know that, or is that appropriate for the agency to ask?
The first question I might direct towards the agency, and then as far as the server spaces, the Texas Private Cloud, both of those servers are in Texas, one in San Angelo, one in Austin, and then the public cloud through Azure, Oracle, and I forgot the last one. Amazon Web Services.
Which was the last one?
Amazon Web Services.
Okay. And where is that public cloud?
I believe that's in the U.S., those server spaces, but they might be.
They are, and I'll also add, well done on knowing those, also Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. All of those are based in the United States and follow the requirements.
Please identify yourself.
Pardon me?
Please identify yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Amanda Crawford, Executive Director, Department of Information Resources. Yes, so we have Microsoft Azure, Public Cloud, Amazon Web Services, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, and Google Cloud. All of those are in the continental United States.
Great. She can do her presentation. I'll ask a couple of things, but thank you for that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead with your presentation, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hinojosa, members. I'm Amanda Crawford, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of the Texas Department of Information Resources and the Chief Information Officer for the state of Texas. With me today is DIR's Chief Financial Officer, Nick Villalpando. I appreciate the opportunity to present DIR's budget requests, and I want to thank the committee very much for including many of our requests in the base bill. Thank you also to committee staff, the Legislative Budget Board, and the Governor's Office for working on us in these items. It's difficult and important work that you do, and we truly appreciate it. Texas is a national leader for state government technology and cybersecurity programs, thanks to the financial investments and forward-thinking legislation that has been enacted by Governor Abbott and the Texas legislature over past sessions. DIR is proud of our role as the state's technology agency that connects public entities with innovative technology that is scalable and secure, while delivering the best value to taxpayers and the best service to the people of Texas. The Texas model, as DIR's structure is known by other states, is the closest thing to privatized state IT in the country, offering best-in-breed technology and expertise from top private sector companies to our customers. And as you know, we are primarily funded through statutorily authorized, board-approved administrative fees, and we receive general revenue only for cybersecurity. This cycle, DIR is under the Sunset Advisory Commission's review. We do appreciate that review process, the thoroughness and professionalism of the Sunset staff, and the Sunset findings and recommendations. I want to thank this committee for increasing DIR's FTE count so that we may implement the additional responsibilities that Sunset recommended, as well as accommodate the growth in demand from our government customers. With more than 260 employees currently, DIR is a technology agency, but we are powered by people, and those people are dedicated to a mission of public service and a very strong can-do attitude. I am pleased to report that excluding interagency transfers, our employee turnover rate is 6.8%, which is about a third of the statewide average. These additional FTEs will be greatly appreciated by our hardworking staff as well as our government customers. The public entities that DIR serves are using our programs more than ever. We annually facilitate and process more than $5 billion in governmental purchases and revenues through our programs and deliver approximately $700 million to providers for infrastructure, software, and services through our shared technology services. And while we're delivering more through our shared technology services than ever before, I'm also proud to report that in fiscal year '24, our customers reported a 99% average overall satisfaction rate. Through DIR's cooperative contracts, government customers made over 3.7 million individual purchase transactions that exceeded $3.4 billion in fiscal year '24, which is up about 26 million from the previous fiscal year. In the same time, we've saved more than 3,400 Texas entities, and more importantly, Texas taxpayers, at least $376 million. We appreciate the committee including funding for Phase 2 of DIR's e-procurement solution to modernize our contract management system. This will help us to create more efficiencies in our contracting process so that we can better serve both state and local governments who serve the Texans in your communities. I want to briefly mention a few of the exceptional items from our requests that were not in the base bill. First, DIR requested funding to expand our Regional Security Operations Center program, through which we partner with public universities to provide cybersecurity resources and incident response to entities such as city and county governments and independent school districts. The exceptional item includes money to level set funding across the existing centers and to establish 4 additional RSOCs, as we call them, at universities to be selected. DIR also requested funding to continue and expand critical cybersecurity services that protect state entities from cyber attacks. These services will help to manage the state's attack surface, improve detection software, and enhance authentication protections. In addition, DIR is seeking budget authority to implement additional IT service management capabilities to improve our service delivery and meet the demands of our customers. This concludes my prepared remarks. Happy to take any questions.
Seems like cybersecurity has become a huge challenge across the board with all the technology that's going on and all the cyber attacks on our banks, on our hospitals, and
Yes.
and personal information. So I'll let Senator Colquist.
Thank you for your presentation. There were some incredible statistics in there. I think one was 5 billion in monetary transactions that you mentioned. Then you mentioned 3.4 billion in, I'm not sure I caught what that was, of the 5 billion, is that?
So, yeah, correct. So it's 3.4 billion that is purchased through our cooperative contracts program. And so that 3.4 billion, the cooperative contracts are more of our do-it-yourself model. So we have right now, let's say, 850-ish contracts that are available for IT goods and services. And so any of our eligible customer entities, state agencies are required to use those, universities are not, but local governments, other states leverage those as well to purchase IT products and services. That's the 3.4 billion last year.
Wow. So when we talk about the balance of 5 billion in monetary transactions, is that potentially Texans transacting with the state government on, like, you know, you got to, whether you're making an appointment through DPS or whatever, I know you had some transaction numbers in there as well that may not be purchases, but.
Right. So that's just sort of the overall fiscal profile that includes that. So it would include transactions through Texas.gov. So through Texas.gov, obviously with the goal of trying to make a government that is more efficient and help Texans get out of line and not have to go to offices and do these things that they want to do online. There are transactions that go through Texas.gov. Agencies may have fees related to those. There may also be fees collected for certain licensings and things like that, and those fees are processed through Texas.gov.
Well, and that is watching Texans in a great extent do their transactions with state government through website interactions, through IT. I guess I'm going to put on my Doge hat here and say, has that allowed the state as a whole to keep FTE counts down? Is there potential with AI becoming more part of our life again, Is there the potential for us to be a leaner, more efficient government as we look to get the most out of being good fiduciary overseers of the taxpayer dollars? So not only what y'all are doing today, but the introduction of AI, where is this going to lead us?
I think, yes, the answer is we are doing a lot in that area, and I say we as just the state as a whole, and I think we can do a lot more. I think that AI has the potential to be a real game changer there. As far as growth in FTEs, while we haven't done a deep dive into that and to pull the numbers on that, while I won't say that that perhaps while we haven't reduced the number of FTEs required to that, and I say again, we, big Texas, I think we're keeping it at bay and kind of keeping them, at the same level with growth, because with the technologies that are available, we can create efficiencies to be able to do more with less, and frankly, to be able to deliver it better. And I think that part of that comes through technology. Part of it also comes through a reimagining and really doing a deep dive strategically into not just the technology, but the processes. Because what are the processes behind it? Frequently, what we see is that there are, it's our old paper-based processes that are just converted into something electronic. And that may not be the best use case. So we need to dive in not just on legacy technology, legacy processes, legacy mindset that we have to be able to deliver those. So a few things that we've been working on at DIR for that. Part of that is the state strategic plan for information resources management. And this is a plan that we are statutorily required to do every 2 years. It's a 5-year plan, though. And we set goals for where state IT should be going. And one of the goals for the state strategic plan is an elevated government experience. And that's focusing on Texans to make sure that we are driving efficiencies, focusing on customer experience, and really delivering the best value for taxpayers in the way that they want to have those services delivered.
Thank you for that answer, and I look forward to working with y'all. I know the Lieutenant Governor, I think, listed some of his priority bills, one of which is the Department of Government and Efficiency as we go forward, and I think your agency is a huge part of that. All of us are going to be challenged to look at, we've had long conversations, whether it's driver's license or whatever, and the interactions and how we can be more efficient and maybe answer more than 10% of the calls and have, an hour wait or more. So with that, my question to LBB about what percentage of operations is DIR outsourcing. Do y'all know what percentage that is?
Yes, let me hand that over to our.
Sure. Good morning. I'm Nick Villalpando. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at DIR. So when you're asking about outsourcing, you're talking about the entire service delivery footprint of agents of us, of what we do. And so, yeah, absolutely. When you look at our headcount and our FTEs, and so today we're probably sitting close to 262 employees, in-house. I think we're technically capped at 267 today, and again with the additional FTEs that have been included in the introduced budget bill, we'll be increasing those. We also rely, and as Executive Director Crawford just mentioned, we also rely heavily on our outsourced providers. And so within the shared technology services contracts, within the telecommunications contracts, when she referenced earlier over $700 million of payments to those service providers, that literally is part of our budget, that we are utilizing those outside service providers to deliver private cloud services, public cloud services, TXAN communication services. So as agencies need telecommunication services and circuits, point-to-point circuits from their different offices, dial tone, et cetera. 262 FTEs can't do all of that. And so that we do have a heavy footprint of outsourced services that have been privatized in this sense.
Yeah, and I'm not against that at all, because there's an expertise out there. Of your 262 employees, just randomly we have asked, are most of those hybrid? Are they in office? Are they working from home?
So they are, I would say most of them are hybrid. We have mandatory days in office for those employees. We had that prior to the pandemic, we've continued that as well for a variety of reasons. Part of it is it's technology. And so in the technology space, that tends to be more common. Frequently when we're meeting, whether it's with customer agencies, whether it's with our vendor providers, those meetings tend to be virtual anyway. Because you have people from all over the place that are coming in and calling in for efficiencies. And we also have some space issues. I know you talking earlier accommodating all of our staff on site every day would be a challenge for us. Our agency has grown in responsibility and size, but our primary office space hasn't had an update or refresh or an expansion in probably 30 years. And so we've been creative.
Y'all are physically located where?
So we have a few locations. We're located in the Clements Building. We have some staff in the Sam Houston Building. We have staff in our Network Security Operations Center that's in North Austin. And then we recently partnered, because of our space issues, to get creative with one of our vendor providers to be able to staff some of our office at our Austin data center. And then we also have folks in San Angelo at our San Angelo data center.
So with cybersecurity being, some of your requests in your budget, do you find it challenging to have a hybrid operation or that many offices and worry about cybersecurity and different units that are being carried around, and how you handle that? I happen to be on a bank board and I'm the chair of cybersecurity, and I know these challenges. But how do you all handle those challenges?
So we worry about cybersecurity all the time, no matter what, whether we're in office or hybrid. Yes, and in fact, while we had information around strong cybersecurity practices, standards, guidelines, that it's always been what we've done. Back when the pandemic started and we saw workforces going remote in mass amounts, we did a huge push to not only expand the bandwidth capabilities on the state network to be able to handle that, but also to increase the cybersecurity tools. We also put out, and have continued to do that, if you follow us on different social media channels, and what we put out also through to our state workforce, information about best practices. And we've geared those not just towards government agencies, but also to the public as well. Learn, how to be smart. Don't just connect to public Wi-Fi's, all those sorts of things. So, but to your point, that expanded attack surface does present more challenges and requires vigilance, which is why we are asking for the exceptional items that we had.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. I appreciate, I think DIR over the years has it's gone through ebbs and flows of efficiency and effectiveness, and I know it's such a challenge, but it's a huge responsibility, as those numbers that you gave in your presentation. So thank you for the job and the commitment that you have, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask, what does the attack service threat management tool look like? What is that?
So that is a tool that would allow us to get a better whole-of-state approach, a whole-of-state view to the threat landscape in Texas. So our view of what the landscape is within the state agency network, and what that looks like for agencies that are part of our programs, and particularly the state agencies, that's a pretty solid view, because we have that operational control as the state agency network internet service provider. But when it comes to the rest of Texas, local governments, water districts, school districts, the rest of that, that's a bit more of a challenge. So there are tools out there that will help give us more visibility into the threats that are out there for not just state agencies that, again, are part of our domain and jurisdiction, but for the local governments. We do that now through dark web threat hunting and a variety of different tools like that, so that we can notify those local governments. But this gives us a better whole-of-state approach to seeing that surface, so that we can contact those jurisdictions, that we can partner with whether it's our federal partners in this space, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, to help make sure that we're securing the state and protecting Texans across the enterprise.
And do those other municipalities, do they contribute any money to DIR, or you're just doing that out of
So, no, not
a friendly
necessarily.
eye for them or their
Right.
cybersecurity?
We do that. There's a saying that cybersecurity is a team sport. And part of that comes when a threat to one becomes a threat to all of us. And so what we see in the typical patterns for these bad actors, these criminals, these cyber terrorists, if they're going after one entity, they're soon going to go after someone else. And so this gives us a better view that perhaps because they're hitting, a school district down in the Rio Grande Valley, what we see them hitting them with will potentially be something that we could see, at another entity across the board. So it helps secure the entire state, including state agencies.
I can appreciate that. I'm just wondering about contributions that they make. Kind of like the UN, we carry the burden of the dollars, or we did, and others, because we're protecting, we're there for them, but their contribution was nothing. I can appreciate how when you have an eye over all of it, it helps protect us more. But I'm just wondering, the resources that we have, and the added resources, for instance, for the tool, sure don't have a problem with the idea of looking at all of it better than just some parts, but I just wondered if there is buy-in and contribution by other entities that benefit from what you do and with this tool.
So I think that for the tool from this prevention standpoint, no, that's not something we had contemplated, but certainly something we could explore. But when it comes to rebuilding, let's say when there is an attack, or any of those sorts of things that would happen, those are done at the expense of those local governments. We help connect them to contracts and service providers and things to help keep those costs low.
Okay.
But that's where they have that skin in the game there.
Is the after
Is the
effects,
after.
the repair.
Right.
And is this a vendor, one specific vendor? Are there multiple vendors that have this capability that you will be bidding for the tool? I mean,
there are a few tools on the market that we have explored and examined. I'm happy to talk to y'all elsewhere about the not in which tool we're exploring right now best, just to make sure that that we're not putting that out there. We like to generally keep certain things secret when it comes to cybersecurity.
Right, I can appreciate that.
But yes, there's specific tools. This is not something that we would build. There are best of breed models that will work with our system, and that we think that based on other national grading standards, that this would be the best tool for us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I guess cybersecurity really doesn't distinguish between local government, cities, counties, schools, and the state. So now you're working, one of your, I guess, exceptional items request is for funding for Regional Security Operations Center expansion. You have two of them right now, one in Rio Grande Valley, and the other one is San Angelo.
We have three.
We have three, okay. Which is the third one?
UT Austin.
All right, UT Austin. And part of the purpose for that is to help local governments protect the information they have and to fight off cybersecurity attacks. Is that the purpose of that request?
It is. It absolutely is. And Vice Chair, we appreciate that you came to the ribbon cutting for the RSOC at UTRGV. And also appreciate the funding that the legislature has given to us over the years for those programs. It is Texas was the first state, and to my knowledge, I don't think any other states have done that, to build out these regional security operations centers, to where we're leveraging those public universities, and we are, leveraging the resources that they can bring. And also, we're building the workforce of the future. They're employing students in those RSOCs to be able to get real-time, hands-on experience, because these threats are not going away. And we need to be able to have a workforce that can meet those challenges. So this is to help local governments. We have right now tens of thousands of endpoints that are now being secured through the Angelo State RSOC, the UTRGV RSOC. UT Austin is about ready to launch and be able to do that. They are helping folks already, but then officially be able to launch and do more.
Thank you, Senator Paxton.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you for being here today. And if you've already addressed this, I apologize for repeating a question. I'm sorry I got in here a little bit late, but I was just curious, with the fact that Austin is such a technology hub now, how has that affected your ability to recruit and retain? Because there's a large pool of people, but there are lots of options for those people. So I wondered if you could maybe address that.
Sure, thank you. So it's a blessing and a curse. So on the one hand, Austin is an attractive city for folks to come because of the technology, because of the opportunity, because it's fun. So we tend to get folks that are newer and starting off in their careers, and they want to come to Austin. So we have the ability to attract, but because of the large technology presence that we have there, we're competing with the private sector to be able to retain the folks who would like to, that we need, those technologists and those cybersecurity professionals. And so one of the things that we've done, because we know we're never going to be able to meet those private sector salaries, number one, that's why we have the outsourced model that we do. That's one of the reasons. We don't have to have, if we were to run, as Mr. Villalpando explained earlier, for the massive amount of services that we provide, if we were to run that with state FTEs, we'd be in the thousands of FTEs to run that. And so now, in partnering with the private sector, they're able to help us meet the workforce demand, the scale up, scale down. They are contracted to bring the innovations, to continually make us better, and to bring the best that they can for our customers, and they can scale up for those resources. But one of the things we're most proud of to keep our employees is by driving on a mission of excellence, our core values that we have of innovation, leadership, ethics, accountability, and delivery. And we have our excluding interagency transfers, we have a turnover rate of 6.8% for our employees. So I think it's working. And trying to make, we are very driven in our mission, and we love to be able to serve our customers and the Texans that they serve.
Well, that sort of vision begins at the top, and appreciate what you do and all that you bring to your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Schwarter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding just cybersecurity, DIR is the lead agency for cybersecurity in the state of Texas, right? In your
That's correct.
And you lead that agency, and
Yes, sir.
you have these RSOCs, and of course, obviously, the actual department which evaluates cybersecurity threats and assists other departments.
Yes, sir.
There's discussion of further institutes and of cybersecurity, from my understanding, that are more university related, and that the cybersecurity initiative that DIR leads would be transferred to potentially this institute. Is that something DIR is assisting in, or has a co-lead initiative in? I'm not getting much clarity based upon at least DIR's information regarding a cybersecurity institute, which I believe is a large initiative of leadership.
So we have been, let me just start with this. Cybersecurity is extremely important. And it is something that, as we've talked about and you all have asked questions about, go to show that it touches all aspects of what we do, of our daily lives, and certainly our lives that we have in government and the services that we have to fulfill. And it's a big job. And is it a job that is worthy of its own agency and an agency that's solely focused on that? I think that is obviously a policy call for this body to make. But I think there is definitely a strong argument that having an agency that is totally focused on cybersecurity, that there would be benefit to that. As far as any plans for doing that, we have certainly talked to other. We've had discussions around that, to how would that work? How would it be able to continue to protect the state? Because the reality is, as I mentioned, and I'm very proud of, is Texas is a national leader. And as I said, it's the programs that you all have put into place, that Governor Abbott has signed into law. It's the vision and focus that you all and Governor Abbott have had over the years in prioritizing cybersecurity that's made us that. If it went to another entity instead of DIR, I don't know that would go away. I think that those programs, because they are strong, would continue.
Well, I'm sitting on the dais here having, I guess, 7 sessions, and there are others that have even more experience. We've gone through periods of increasing agencies and also consolidating agencies, in particular with HHSC. And cybersecurity is such an integral part of information technology and just IT. I mean, it's hand in hand. I'm not for sure how you can carve off an arm of cybersecurity and make it its own agency. That's what we're talking about. I thought it was an institute, not an actual agency level. You just mentioned agency. Is that correct?
Well, agency, institute, separate entity.
Separate entity outside. How's DIR then going to function as an agency if it doesn't have oversight or responsibility of cybersecurity?
I think that not having seen any filed legislation on this.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any legislation either. I'm not sure anyone else is.
So but I think that there are different ways to do it. And I think that there are ways to be able to have an agency that is focused on technology and some of these
It
efforts.
sounds like a half-baked concept if it's a concept, but all right, I'll stop. Obviously, I don't know all the information that's flowing around here.
There's a lot of information. Anybody else have any questions? I don't think so. All right. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you, LBB, for your presentation. We're going to move on to the State Office of Risk Management. Charles Smith, you'll present on that, and Gerald Ladner, Chair of the office, will come forward, and Stephen Volbrecht, Executive Director and State Risk Manager. And Charles, you can get going.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Charlie Smith, Legislative Budget Board, will now present the summary of recommendations for the State Office of Risk Management. Recommendations for the 26-27 biennium include $116.5 million, almost entirely in interagency contracts through the allocation program. This is an increase of about $9.5 million from the current biennium. Page 2. Significant funding changes include an increase of $9.2 million to pay workers' compensation claims. And then other changes include increases for statewide salary adjustments and costs for administrative support through the Office of the Attorney General. These increases are mostly offset by a decrease due to the full collection of funding that will be spent on server migration to the state data centers over the next few years. On page 3, fiscal and policy issues. The first item is an update on workers' compensation benefits paid by fiscal year. Then item 2 highlights the base increase of $9.2 million to address anticipated increases in workers' compensation payments. According to the agency, the Medicare Economic Index was projected at 4.6% for fiscal year 24. This means higher medical costs over the next biennium. As such, the agency is projecting a base increase of $1.8 million for medical benefits. Additionally, the agency is projecting a base increase of $4.5 million for indemnity payments due to statewide salary increases. And the final piece is an increase of $2.9 million for board-approved increases based on actual claims made in the current biennium. On page 4, rider highlights includes a new rider that grants UB authority of funds already collected for server migration to the state data centers. The total on this is about $700,000, which has already been collected. And finally, page 5 is a list of exceptional items, which I will let the agency speak to, and this concludes my presentation.
All right, don't see any questions. Move on to the agency. Mr. Ladner, or whoever's going to talk. Whoever wants to speak can go on.
I'll tee it up. I'll get it started.
Okay.
My name is Stephen
Share your
Volbrecht.
time.
I'm the State Risk Manager for Texas, and in that capacity serve as the Executive Director of the State Office of Risk Management. First of all, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members, thank you very much to Just want to note, thank you for accommodating us in your schedule. Mr. Ladner is here today because we have just completed our quarterly board meeting, so he was kind enough to join us today. There are a number of items that Mr. Ladner, as the chair, would like to speak on for you today. Just a little bit of background. I'm not going to read the submitted testimony. You have that. So just a little bit of background about the agency. For those of you who have not met us before, we are not an audit agency. We're not an enforcement agency. We're not a regulator. We serve essentially, and we're created to do, what looks like an insurance company owned by the state. So we were initially created back in 1996, went into operations in 1997, and that was to get workers' compensation costs under control in Texas for Texas state employees, right? So we were trending up to about $100 million a year. So the legislature got together and said that it would be a good idea if they took the people who were responsible for preventing the injuries and the people who were responsible for paying the claims and getting medical treatment and put them in one agency. So we remain administratively attached to the Office of the Attorney General, which used to have the claims operations piece. What is now DWC had the workers' health and safety. So we now have both of those things. In the first 2 years of our operations, we did cut those costs by about $20 million. And over time, that delta has increased to about $60 million in savings. We did not do that by denying claims. We did that actually by accepting more claims, by paying for the best medical care that we could possibly afford and returning people back to work as quickly as we could. That cost avoidance is what is represented by that delta. Now, since that time, our missions have expanded 3 times. So you may know us as the workers' compensation entity, or at least that pays the workers' compensation claims. But our mission set has been expanded here and in the House a number of times. The first was after 9/11, when the federal government required all federal agencies to have a continuity of operations plan. Texas then made a determination that they were going to do the same thing. So every state agency has to have a continuity of operations plan. And there are direct monetary impacts with respect to that as well. What it means is we've got succession planning, we've got delegations, mission essential functions are identified up front, and we pre-stage and we're ready to bring up services as quickly as possible. We can give you a whole bunch of different examples of exactly how that's worked, but we have not had an agency go down for more than 48 hours in the history of the program. And that's an incredible savings on business interruption and insurance. So I'll speak to that second part. Workers' compensation is retained by the state. We don't receive any general revenue, as you heard from the LBB. All of this is funded by the agencies and for the agencies through the authority to collect those funds and then pass them through the program. With respect to risk transfer, which is the purchase of insurance products for any liabilities that we might have, whether that's property exposures, builder's risk, crime, directors and officers, all of those, we negotiate those contracts through brokers and to ultimately the underwriters. So what we do is we leverage economies of scale as a state to try to drive down that rate and drive down the cost of those products. The last thing that I'll do, and I'll end up on this, is enterprise level risk management. So we publish what are called term guidelines, the Texas Enterprise Risk Management Guidelines. And those incorporate, for the use of all agencies, all hazard, operational, financial, and strategic risk analysis. Through those guidelines and through that framework, we are the only jurisdiction in the country that has adopted the ISO 31000 framework, which is a global risk management standard, and applied that to Texas. That has also had a direct cost reduction impact. So I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Ladner, if you would like to.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my name is Gerald Ladner. I am the Chairman of the Board of Directors for the State Office of Risk Management. I had the privilege of serving on that board for the past 8 years. On behalf of the fellow board members who's taken an active interest in this exception request, thank you for your service to the state. I know how important time is, so I'll be brief. when you look at exception item number 3, raising the allowable salary that we can offer the executive director, we actually have one of the best state risk managers in the country. I don't know if that's common knowledge. On that basis, we want to make sure that we have the tools so that should Stephen Bobright decide to retire, that we have the tools to go out and compete in the open marketplace. As you might be aware, risk management is a prized skill set in the private sector, and we want to be effective in our ability to recruit, retain the next round of talent. So hence our request. So again, thank you for the consideration for that exception, and understand that we are on mission and the board is fully behind this request.
Any question, members?
Chairman,
Senator Perry.
item 4 on page 5, air ambulance disputes. What is that? I mean, I'm familiar with air ambulances. I'm familiar with disputes. They have been through my office for different pieces of legislation over time, but what is that?
So in workers' compensation, we have what's a fee guideline, right? So you have a maximum allowable reimbursement. Medicare does something very similar. You know what a particular service is going to cost. There is a dispute right now with companies who own air ambulances for transport. And the argument is the Airline Deregulation Act then takes precedence and is superior to any of the laws that you have passed mandating what those services are worth. That is actively being disputed. It's been to the Supreme Court here.
So to be clear, it says that is provided to state employees. So these are transports of state employees that are now have bills that the state is saying is not in accordance with what we expected.
That is correct.
Secondly, what is the time period we've accumulated 2.8 million of transport costs? Is that 1 year? Is that multiple years of litigation?
That's multiple years of
Okay,
litigation. This is the complete amount that would be a potential liability were those arguments. And I'm a recovering attorney, so I'm trying not to do too much of the detail.
You're fine.
If they were to recover.
I'm a recovering CPA. I mean,
Fair enough. So yes, if all of those claims, if they were to succeed in that argument, that's the amount that would be incorporated that we would have to.
That's good. It
for.
was something unusual to me. I first of all, when you have air transport, you're truly in a critical place. So I'm not disputing the need. Secondly, I would have thought we would have had a better contract, but that gets into service area conversations. Those guys like to play between the guidelines. So I'm familiar with their tactics, but when you need them, it really doesn't matter what it costs at that point.
That is correct.
But I appreciate it. I just was curious as what that's what it says it is. I just didn't know that would be something we'd be in dispute over. So.
As a matter of course, just so everyone knows, those bills have been paid, not to the amount that was requested, but at about 135% of Medicare, over Medicare, what it allows. That's already been paid. This is the delta between what they're actually asking for and what they've already received.
Any more questions, members? Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Right, thank you.
Next, we have the Ethics Commission, LBB presentation on budget, George Purcell. An agency presentation on budget, J.R. Johnson, and Randy Urban, Chair. LBB, you're on.
My name is George Purcell, and I will now present a summary of recommendations for the Texas Ethics Commission. The first page presents a high-level overview of the agency. Overall, recommendations would decrease the appropriation for the Ethics Commission by $215,000 in general revenue. Turning to page 2. Items A and B show the source of this decrease: the removal of one-time funding for enhancements to the electronic filing system, offset for funding for lump sum retirement payments. Turning to page 3. There are 2 included items as policy issues. Item 1 shows the changes in these recommendations from the agency's base request. First, the recommendations include the agency's exceptional item request for potential lump sum retirement payments. Appropriations for lump sum retirement are controlled under Rider 4, and may only be used for this purpose, and unused amounts must be lapsed at the end of the biennium. These recommendations add back the agency's estimate for the 2026-27 biennium. Second, recommendations from the Strategic Fiscal Review include a new rider controlling appropriations intended to fund outside legal counsel as necessary. These amounts were included in the agency's base request at $300,000 per year. The recommendations modified this base request to conform with the terms of the new rider, which appropriate the entire $600,000 in fiscal year 26 and provide within biennial UB for unused funds. Item 2 in your packet is an informational item on the electronic filing system used by the agency to handle candidate disclosure forms among other reporting functions. This system failed in the 22 election reporting cycle and had to be moved on an emergency basis to a cloud-based solution at Amazon Web Services. It was also determined there had been a multi-year accumulation of funded enhancement hours for the EFS with the current vendor. Rider 5 in the agency bill pattern last session required the agency inform us of the drawdown of this accumulation, as well as deliver a report on whether Amazon Web Services was the most cost-efficient provider for the service. The SAO also conducted an audit of financial practices at the Commission. No further action is contemplated regarding the EFS in these recommendations. Recommendations do include base funding for the EFS at $1.1 million for the biennium. An agency exceptional item requesting additional enhancement hours is not included. Turning to page 4. The agency was subject to both sunset and strategic fiscal review this biennium. We had 3 findings in the SFR, an informational item concerning the drawdown of accumulated enhancement hours, a finding on increasing the transparency of funding provided for outside legal counsel, which I discussed earlier, and finally options for potential statutory recommendations that that would remove obsolete statutory reporting requirements. Recommendations do not include implementation of this third finding. Turning to page 5. The section shows rider changes and additions included in the recommendations, including new riders for legal service and a sunset contingency. Turning to page 6. This section shows the 5 exceptional items and 1 rider request made by the agency not included in these recommendations. They total $1.7 million. This concludes my presentation on the Texas Ethics Commission.
Any questions, members? There are no questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Vice Chair Hinojosa, members, thank you for the privilege of testifying here today. I'm Randy Urban. I'm the chair of the Ethics Commission, and I'd like to introduce to you J.R. Johnson, our executive director, to give a brief summary of our budget proposal and the exceptional items not in the base bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair, members. I'm sensitive to the fact that I'm the only thing standing in the way of today's hearing being over, so I'll try to be quick. But since I'm new around here, let me start with a quick personal note. I'm a private sector guy. I've spent the bulk of my career practicing law with 2 big law firms, including 7 years at McCool Smith, which I think is a name y'all heard earlier this week in the context of the discussion with the Office of Attorney General. I joined the TEC because I love Texas and I wanted the opportunity to serve the people of Texas. This seemed like the right opportunity for me, but I say that because it explains why I have such tremendous respect for everyone under the TEC's jurisdiction, because I know on a personal level that every candidate, office holder, public servant, and advocate has sacrificed some combination of money, time, peace, sleep, sometimes even personal safety to try to improve things for their community. So I was a brand new executive director when we were here 2 years ago. But I am very proud of the progress the TEC has made since then. It is a leaner, more efficient, more effective, more responsive, more compassionate agency than it was. Some of that is due to better use of technology, but that's not all of it. For example, average complaint resolution time is 4 times faster than it was a few biennia ago. And much of that progress is because the TEC offers speedy, no fault, no penalty, confidential resolutions for many low-level violations, particularly for first-time offenders. The TEC uses those cases as opportunities to educate, not to punish. And in fact, over 90% of the complaints the TEC receives are either dismissed or resolved without any penalty. And that's the work of the TEC that so often goes unseen. because of the strict confidentiality laws that apply to its enforcement process, you and the public usually only hear about the small minority of cases where a violation is found and a penalty is warranted. But if you turn to pages 3 and 4 of my presentation, you'll see that demands on the TEC have gone up in just about every area. There's been a 16% increase in filers. That's over 10,000 filers with the TEC now that the TEC must track and notify of their filing obligations. In the same period of time, there's been a 62% increase in volume to our legal helpline, over 7,000 such calls in 2024 alone. And then most striking of all maybe is a 175% increase in the number of complaints filed with the commission over the last 5 years. 575 complaints alone in 2024, that's about a 50% jump year over year. Now, all those complaints are processed by our legal team of 5 enforcement attorneys. We're a small agency, 27 FTEs, fewer than just about any time in recent history. Beyond all that, Sunset has some great recommendations on how the TEC can be even better, but several of them are going to require resources, particularly some major changes to the electronic filing system, and specifically more FTEs to answer the TEC's phone lines. Those circumstances have shaped our exceptional item requests. First, the agency is seeking 6 new employees, including 1 attorney just to help us handle that increased volume of complaints, but the other 5 are directly related to Sunset's recommendations, including someone to help the TEC improve its electronic filing system, a rules attorney to help with Sunset's legal recommendations, and 3 customer service employees to help with the phones and written legal guidance. That's a receptionist, an IT support specialist, and another attorney for our legal helpline. Second, the TEC is seeking funding to continue improving its electronic filing system and website. That includes a few new dollars to continue the work that's already underway, including a smarter, more automated filing system that does more work, not only for the TEC, but for filers, and a better website with easier to find guidance and data. But it also includes a rider that's recommended by the Sunset Commission that would allow the TEC to use its anticipated lapses for additional IT improvements. And third and finally, you've already heard a little bit about it earlier today from the Facilities Commission, but the Ethics Commission is one of those agencies that's been asked to vacate the Sam Houston building. Our understanding is that that funding is being requested by the Facilities Commission and will be given to the Facilities Commission. That's the Ethics Commission's preference. So we don't have the expertise to know what it costs or to manage that money. But I did want to mention just one thing about it, which is that while the Facilities Commission has identified a space in the new Capitol Mall, the Barbara Jordan Building, and we're thrilled to be able to stay so close to the Capitol. We think that's important given the area of law we administer. It's a much smaller space, about 40% smaller. And while that's sufficient to cover our current headcount, that may change if the agency is awarded the FTEs it's requesting this session. So I just ask you to keep that in mind. But in conclusion, I just want to thank you not only for your time and attention today, but obviously for the hard work that went into this bill and the continued support you've shown the TEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to mention one more exceptional item.
Sure.
It has to do with his salary, so he didn't want to say it. To reclassify the executive director to Group 5, and that is a recommendation of the state auditor to do that, and also to increase the salary of the general counsel. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Campbell. And then Senator Hall, I see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the Texas Ethics Commission primarily just take care of campaign or elected official violations? Do we have ethics applied to anything else?
The campaign finance laws do apply to political committees, and also...
I mean, for the scope of the TEC, is it more than just campaign?
It's campaign finance, it's the lobby law, and it's the personal financial disclosure law.
Or elected officials or those seeking a public position?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. And in the last 2 years, how much has the Ethics Commission received in campaign fines? You fine them, how much have you gotten as a result of the fines?
I think it's important to talk about, there's sort of two different enforcement processes at the commission.
I'm not asking about the enforcement processes yet.
Sure.
I'm asking about the dollar value. How much have you received? And you fine them, and whoever you fine is supposed to pay the fine. How much have you received in fines in the last 2 years?
Well, that's what I was saying, is that the large majority of the penalties assessed by the commission are statutorily set for just missing deadlines. And on an average year, the commission assesses approximately $1 million worth of those statutorily set fines for missing deadlines. It then has a process for reducing and waiving those fines. And on a typical year, the commission waives about half of that amount that's set by statute through a
Okay, so
process
the-
of coming before the commission. So now we're talking about $500,000 of fines assessed. Then about, I think it's about 15% of that is voluntarily paid.
What percent is involuntarily paid?
Well, everything that isn't paid is referred to the Office of Attorney General, as all agencies refer their state.
So I would,
And
and you don't have an enforcement, you can't make anybody pay.
that's correct.
So, first of all, I think we all could agree that the Office of Attorney General or Inspector General, you said Attorney?
Attorney General.
Yeah, the Office of Attorney General has a lot more on their plate than going around trying to recover fines. So you don't, and in Sunset, it was recommended that, I mean, there were recommendations for enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
So has anything been put in rule for how you're going to enforce it? Is there any teeth behind any enforcement rules you would have?
Well, my chair is reminding me just to clarify that all revenues collected by the Ethics Commission go to GR, not to the Ethics Commission.
Okay.
But I just
Well, I did, yes, and that's
Beyond-
not a question I asked.
beyond
I
that
wanted to know
clarification, yes.
Enforcement.
Generally speaking, the state agencies don't have independent
So you
authority
don't have independent
to collect state
enforcement
debt.
rule, or nothing's in rule or statute. I mean, we actually have, not any senators, but there's actually an elected official who owes some upwards of $70,000 in fines.
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm not putting anybody on the spot, but have you thought about anything like, and what would you need if somebody owes a fine, they haven't paid it, after you've waived it, shown grace, mercy, whatever you want to call it, that they cannot get a driver's license, they cannot get an alcohol license to open a restaurant, that they can't get a license, they can't get a library card.
That's for y'all to decide.
Okay, I just wanted to know where.
Yeah.
the
Y'all have to
statute
pass a
was.
bill to do that. We can't do that unilaterally.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Senator Hall.
Just the title of the agency alone has a rather emotional word in it, in ethics. And whether you're a day late with filing or you steal money from your campaign, they're both called an ethics violation. Do you have any suggestions on how to be a bit more reasonable in identifying an error that's made as opposed to I'll call it criminal intent, or a true ethical thing that was done, as opposed to just an old mistake? Because either one of them get tagged with the same, they've got an ethics violation. Oh, you said they got 3 ethics violations. Well, over a 10-year period, they were a day late filing. No different. Any suggestions on what could be done, and can you do it, or is that going to take legislature?
Well, as far as the name is concerned, it's in the Constitution. So, we can't do that on our own either.
No, the name, I'm okay with
right.
the name.
Okay, but as far as
I
the
was-
other, we're doing the best we can to try to dispose of what I would call the routine errors, without criminal intent or anything like that, without fine in a non-public way. Unfortunately, these minimum penalties are set by statute. And a lot of these, if y'all wanted to reduce those, that'd be completely up to y'all, because we have a $500 base and we can't really do anything about that without legislative action. but we try to do the best we can through the waiver process and through the enforcement process. But we agree with you 100%, Senator Hall, that, there are some, what we want to get the bad guys and not the ones that are, by, clerical error or some, honest mistake or a day late or like misreport something.
No, well, I mean, is that going to make legislation to say someone submits, it's a late filing? It's just called a late filing instead of being called an ethics violation.
That's already the case with the late filings. There are a few different orders that come out of the commission. I mean, in our sworn complaint process, for example, those can be resolved by something called an assurance of voluntary compliance, which is typically a confidential resolution. Then there's a public order that finds a violation. So that's already kind of bifurcated in our sworn complaint process. The other thing you're talking about is just the late filing fines. Again, that's, as the chair mentioned, those are set by statute. And all a violator gets in response to that is neither one of those orders I mentioned, just a letter saying, you missed the deadline, this fine is set by statute, here's the process you could use for requesting a waiver or reduction of that fine with the Ethics Commission.
And it doesn't go into any kind of a permanent record as being identified as an ethics violation?
Not on the Ethics Commission's part, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's all the questions we have. Thank y'all very much for being here. Members, that concludes all the agencies on the agenda for today. We do have 4 cards for public testimony, those who wish to offer. Open public testimony, I'll call you 4 individuals up. Mitra Avini, Christina Green, Chara McMichael, and Erica Boyd. One more. Rahul Srinivasan. So if you see a seat, you can come on up and find a spot. So I think a lot of people may have left. Mitra Avini?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Avini.
Thank you, Chair Huffman and Vice Chair Hinojosa. My name is Mitra Avini, and I'm a policy advisor at Texas 2036. I'm here today to talk about the Texas Space Commission. As was discussed earlier, $150 million was appropriated last session to fund grants from the Space Exploration and Aeronautics Research Fund, also called the SURF. The intent of these grants is to help grow and expand the Texas space industry. So last September, over 284 grant applications were received, and those grant applications are totaling over $3 billion in funding requests. Just last week, the Texas Space Commission met to approve the first batch of grant awards, and on February 10th and February 28th, they will meet again to consider approving more grants. So given the wide gulf between available funding and the total requests from the grant applications, Texas 2036 respectfully requests that the legislature make an additional appropriation to the SURF. This will help the Texas Space Commission continue to support the space ecosystem in the upcoming biennium. With a growing concern for national security and homeland defense needs, the commercial space industry in Texas continues to prove their value in partnering with NASA and DoD programs. There are many small and medium-sized companies in Texas that are creating technologies included in payloads that are launched from Texas from sites like SpaceX and Blue Origin. So I'd really like to thank you for your interest and continued support to keep Texas competitive in the latest race for space, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. And what is your name, ma'am?
Hi, Christina Green. I'm the Chief Advancement and External Relations Officer at the Children's Advocacy Centers of Texas, representing the 70 children's advocacy centers that serve over 60,000 child victims of crime in all of your districts every year. And I'm here to speak on the Office of the Governor's Trustee Programs budget, specifically related to the Victims Assistance grants under the Federal Victim of Crime Act funds. And I'm here not only representing CAC Texas today, but also a group of victim service providers that are the boots on the ground serving crime victims across the state, including the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, the Texas Council on Family Violence, Texas CASA, BCFS, and CAC Texas. I want to take a minute to clarify a couple things. First and foremost, thank you so much for putting an additional $115 million in SB 1 to support a decrease in these funds that is temporary, but decrease at the federal level. It's $115 million in additional funds in GR that is in the base budget. What I'd like to clarify is that that was the amount of funding that y'all put in last session for the bridge for 24-25. And in 26-27, according to the Office of the Governor's projections, despite the fact that their second exceptional item, they only asked for $115 million, the need is actually $177 million. And because of that, if SB1 as filed does not include any additional funds, there will be a decrease to crime victim services in Texas. According to the Office of the Governor's projections, it will be a 10% decrease effective in FY26. So it's really pivotal that we address this delta in adding an additional $62 million to SB1 moving forward so that there are no decreases to crime victim services in Texas. And that is just keeping it level. That is not adding additional funds for additional reasons. So we want to work to partner with you all to get this number right so we make sure that we maintain those services and also then are able to address our public safety goals as well, because victim engagement is a huge part of helping law enforcement protect public safety as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions. Thanks for being here. Chara McMichael?
Good afternoon, members, and a special happy birthday to you, Senator. My name is Cara McMichael. I serve as the Executive Director of the Human Trafficking Interdiction Division within BCFS Health and Human Services. We are actually a signer onto the letter that she just mentioned. And much of what she just referenced is exactly the type of conversation that I would like to reiterate as well, but I won't repeat everything that she said. So, so that you are aware, as a partner with the Governor's Child Sex Trafficking Team, we provide both advocacy as well as care coordination for child sex trafficking survivors here in the state of Texas. Right now, we are serving nearly 1,000 survivors that are anywhere from very, very young children to preteens, youth, and even young adults. The importance for us, obviously, is, as she previously mentioned, if this isn't fully funded, we will see cuts. And if we see those cuts, it will prove not only to be a loss of very essential services to some of the most traumatized and most damaged youth that are out there in the state of Texas, but it also ends up being a boon to those traffickers because it damages our relationships and the trust that we have managed to build. And it also ends up, as a result, pulling our young children right back into the shadows. And so it makes it very, very difficult for us to be able to find them again once we lose access to them and with those services. The other thing that I would reiterate is the governor's funding request is in order to keep programming steady. It does not allow for any expansion opportunities, which, considering the fact that we have been doing an exceptional job at increasing identification and awareness of victims, obviously with that comes greater numbers. And so what we're looking at right now is just holding programming steady. I really appreciate the fact that you have included and brought attention to this issue within the base budget and request full funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Rahul Srinivasan?
Thank you, Madam Chair Huffman, Vice Chair Hinojosa, members of the committee. My name again is Rahul Srinivasan, Director of Government Performance and Fiscal Policy for Texas 2036. I come before you all today to talk about the Department of Information Resources' essential role as the state's IT agency. Our state's growing population and economy depend on robust and efficient digital infrastructure to deliver services to Texans while protecting state-held data against cyber attacks. As the demand for DIR services increase and the threat of cyber attacks expand, the state needs to supply DIR with the necessary tools to carry out this role. Now, the latest staff report from the Sunset Advisory Commission recommended DIR to enhance its support for IT procurement for state agencies, and accomplishing this alongside enhancing its support of its existing agency duties will require additional staff and modernization of existing systems. Now, we were happy to see the base budget include authority for additional FTEs, as well as the money for the agency to complete phase 2 of their e-procurement system enhancements from last session. And those correspond to the exceptional items 1 and 4 that I listed in the handout. And those are the LAR exceptional item numbers. So anyway, we support the agency's exceptional item request to modernize their IT service management system that Director Crawford mentioned earlier.
And also, the Sunset report mentioned a need for more tools to protect the state's cybersecurity. We support the exceptional item to expand the RSOC program that includes additional funding for the existing centers at UT Austin and UT RGV, as well as establishing the 4 additional centers to provide those services in some of the underserved areas. And again, last, we also want to express support for the exceptional item, continuing expanding the cybersecurity, more advanced tools for cybersecurity services to arm the agency to be more proactive in protecting against cyber attacks. Appreciate the time, and if you all have any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Erica Boyd, thank you. Y'all are both excused. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Boyd, President and CEO of the Texas Travel Alliance. Chair Huffman, Vice Chair Hinojosa, members of the committee, I will be very brief in my comments as you have my written testimony. We are here on behalf of travel and tourism business across Texas, over 1.3 million Texans working in travel and tourism. We're here today to support the work of the Economic Development and Tourism Office and ask that you fully fund their budget for the biennium so we can continue to do the work of bringing folks to Texas and maintain our status as a top 5 destination across the United States. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thanks for being here. Okay, is there anyone else who had wanted to offer public testimony on the information that we provided today? Without that, public testimony is closed. Members, that concludes our business for the day. We will reconvene 10 a.m. Monday morning, where we will continue going through the budget process. It'll be a challenging week next week, and remember, we will work next Friday because of scheduling on the floor and so forth. So make your personal plans accordingly. With that, we'll stand in recess. Thank you.